grinding out for too long. Nigga, I'm too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man.
Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
This episode of the Boxing Section is brought to you by Get Your Money, a clothing brand that was started in 2015. Shout out to my dog H, shout out to Philly, shout out to DNC, shout out to the Badlands. What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the Boxing Section. What's going down? So, we talking MMA today, baby. Rob Brown, what's going on? We talking MMA today. So it's going down, man, in a major way. So, when DB come through, DJ come through, it's going to be a hell of a time. I'm looking forward to tonight's show, in the effort to get better and better. You know what I'm saying? That's the motto, man, to get better and better. I'm out here just trying to work, man, be consistent. Keep doing what we're doing, man. So that's what we're doing. But before we get to MMA, we got to talk about this week's card. Now, this card has a lot of implication as far as Luis Nery and Brandon Figueroa. I talked about this on the show yesterday, but I got to talk about it again today. I'm excited, man. I'm really excited about this fight because the winner gets to get their ass beat by Cool Boy Steph. And I'm looking forward to that fight, man. I'm telling you, I'm looking forward. I'm hoping it's Brandon Figueroa, but I don't care if it's Luis Nery because can't none of them dudes beat Cool Boy Steph. That's just the facts of the matter. Also, we got the Juneteenth card, man. I'm very disappointed, to say the absolute least. You would think since Jamal and Jamel kind of bring some type of money to the table that they would get a better deal. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand, man. Centos, what's going on, baby? I just don't understand, dude. Like, I don't understand. I really don't understand. You know what I mean? Why can't they get a better fight card? Dude, this is the second time in a row that they have a weak-ass fight card. I mean, goddamn, man. It's ridiculous. That Juneteenth card is straight ass cheeks. The only fight that I want to see, is Jamal Charlo. I don't want to see these other niggas fight. And so I heard Teofimo was supposed to fight on Juneteenth. You know what I mean? It's so. But they might have a better fight card. That's the thing about it, because Triller, they ain't afraid to spend no money. But I'm ticked off, man. This the second fight. What's going on, Cletus? What's going on? I'm gonna put the link in the chat in a second, man. I gotta get my rant on real quick, man. Talk. But it's ridiculous, bro. It is absolutely ridiculous. They can't get a good fight card to save their fucking life. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, help them push. You know what I'm saying? Put some shit together for them. What's going on, Rob G, man? What's going on? Yeah, man. Aha. DB, what's going on? What's going on? For sure. It's all good. Yeah, man, I just don't understand why they leave Jamal Charlo high and dry like that, man, every single time. I mean, it's really ridiculous. Hustle, bro, where in the hell have you been? My God. Damn. This nigga be going on these hiatuses and shit, man. I'm about to put the link in the chat right now for everybody to join the panel. It's all welcome. Cletus, man, you got to jump on the panel, man. You know what I'm saying? All right. The link is in the chat. So we getting down. Oh, man, the link is dropped, baby. The link is dropped. Yes, sir. The link is dropped. What's going on, Big Tank? Just join the panel. Hustle home.
What up, everyone?
What's up?
Shout out to my dog, Carl, man. Hell of a guy. What's going on? What's going on, Centos? Wait, man, hold on. First and foremost, man, where the hell you been?
Hey, my son, bro, like some tragic shit happened, man. Like my son, he got into a wrestling accident and he broke his neck, he broke his shoulder, he broke his collarbone, and he broke he fucked up real bad. And I just been giving him my undivided attention. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm about to quit my job and everything because I'm trying to help him rehab because he really want to get back. He really want to get back to the mat, and he really want to get back to sports. So I've been like giving him all my attention. You know what I'm saying? Like it's hard, but you know, we soldiers. We you know what I mean? We grew up. I grew up in the struggle, so this is another one.
You know, when I don't see my homies, man, I work on dog. I said on social media. What's going on, you?
Yo, what's going on with the brothers? What's going on, Cal?
Man,
what's going on with the brothers?
It's all good, man. I'm just happy to be back with my homies. You know what I mean? I damn near wasn't gonna have a show tonight because I was supposed to be on a damn plane, but thanks to my damn job, change the rules and shit, I gotta fly tomorrow. Hella late, so shit. But it's all good, man. It's all good, man. Shout out to the
brother Centos.
Y'all know what y'all. So we'll start with Centos, then we'll go with Hustle Home, of course. Then we go with my dog, Best Pugilist, right?
What's happening, good brother Hustle Home?
I want
no talk.
Tell me about what y'all feel about this Juneteenth card. Go ahead, Centos.
Let me go last, bro.
Okay.
I'm doing something right now.
I go. The Juneteenth card, you know, man, listen, man. Before I say anything really about the card, I want to know, like, when it's your turn to answer this question, could y'all, like, give me a little insight on how you feel about Juneteenth and how long were you privy to this information as far as like it being a holiday for Black people? You know what I'm saying? Because this is fairly new to me, and I'm sure, I don't know, but if I was a betting man, I bet if we interviewed fighters that's under the age of 30, they would not probably be privy to the information of Juneteenth. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's being ignored. I just don't think it's being celebrated. But the card itself, we went from not having no Black representation on Juneteenth to having Charlo, you know what I mean, which is one of my favorite boxes to watch. So I am outside looking in. I'm satisfied to have a brother headlining the card like that. But if it means this much to black people, I think in the future we should hold this very highly. And as a group of black people, we should publicly celebrate Juneteenth nationwide because we can make it. The fans, the people, the black people, we are the money, and you know what I mean. We can make Juneteenth marketable. You know what I mean? Because when people ask Mauricio Suleiman about it, and his initial reaction was, "Oh shit!" Like, you know what I'm saying? It was a reaction like, "I ain't even know motherfuckers is interested in this shit." You know what I mean? He was like, "I'll look into it." I don't know how much he looked into it, but I want to know, like, are y'all really in tune with that shit? Because I find it interesting, and I want to learn more about it. And I learned the most shit in a day on this particular show because there's a bunch of guys on here that's very knowledgeable about a lot of stuff, and I learned a lot from you guys. But I don't know what to think about this card. I like Charlo, so I'm happy to see Charlo in the ring. That's my answer.
All right, okay. So now we'll go to Best Pugilist. Shout out to my dog Rod Brown. Then we go to my boy Rod Brown and his song. First and foremost, hold on one more second, real quick, y'all. Shout out to Tino the Great. Shout out to Big Tank. Shout out to my dog Sir Reggie Owens. Shout out to my dog DJ, just waking up. Sleepy ass nigga. Shout out to my dog JB for joining. Yeah, man. So we're gonna go Best Pugilist, then we go my dog Rod Brown, of course, and then we'll go Santos. JB, man, join the panel. Maybe talking about this Juneteenth. Whoever else want to join the panel, the link, I'm about to put the link back in the chat. Go ahead, Best.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know too much about this card. I heard them. I knew they was putting having a card on Tuesday. Who's fighting on this card particular? I think I know about Charlo, but who else?
Ass cheeks.
Oh, so it's trash. The rest of the card ain't is
Straight fucking garbage.
Okay. Well, I guess that's it. That's pretty much says it all. But you know, as far as the having a show on that at that time period on that day, you know, as like he was just saying, like Hustle Home was just saying, you know, that's definitely something that our group could make more relevant, you know, as it has a, you know, a direct correlation to our specific journey here. So I think, you know, that's something we can definitely get aboard to really help to make that a bigger day across the board. You know, that information I think needs to be spread, excuse me, a lot better than it probably has been, you know, and it's something that we can definitely turn into a more major day of celebration for our group, you know, just like other people do, you know, like I don't know what, like when y'all in other parts of the country, but up here in New York, like when I was growing up and going through schools and shit, like they have a lot of Jewish holidays. We be having to, now we clearly ain't Jewish, but we had to take off those days from school, you know. So this is something that I think we could push nationally and really educate, you know, the youth about, you know, what took place at that time and its relevance to our overall circumstance here in America, you know. As far as that the show, like I said, I guess Charlo. Who's Charlo fighting again? Spanish guy, right?
Some bum.
Oh
Some
wow,
bum.
damn. He
Shout out
didn't
to
say the
YB.
name.
Shout out
He
to
didn't
YB.
say the name.
No,
Damn, he didn't say the name.
I'm not fucking with this card. Hey, shout out to Reggie Owens. Reg, we just talking. We're not even talking about like. We just talking about how terrible the card is.
Okay.
You know, I know we want all black fighters and shit. That's cool to have. I'm just talking about the card. Period is straight ass cheeks. You know what I mean? They could have gave us a couple good fights, man. I mean,
Yeah, I gotta really research I'm gonna really research the card after, you know, tonight. But I knew Charlie was gonna be fighting, but I didn't really don't know about anybody else on the show. Who's promoting this?
Yeah, PBC.
Okay, the PBC. Oh, PBC card. Wow. I don't know, man. I guess they're trying to do something. They picked that date for a reason, but I don't know exactly how many, our people really understand the relevance of it, But I guess they're trying to make it a thing by doing it, and they putting that particular title out there, you know. Somebody knows something, trying to do something about it.
For sure, for sure. Shout out
But
to my
that's my
dog
spill on it.
JB.
That's my spill on it. I don't got too
Good,
much more to say
Kyle.
on it. I'm gonna do a little bit more research though on it though, on the show and the card and everything. I need
For
to
sure.
do that.
Definitely. What's up, JB? How you feel, man?
And I'm all right. I'm doing all right.
For sure, for
This
sure.
moment.
We're gonna go Rob Brown, then we're gonna go to JB, the Brown brothers. Y'all go ahead and tell me how y'all feel about the card on Juneteenth. Go ahead, Rob Brown.
All right, well, a couple of things about that, man. First of all, I understand how, some of the fans feel, as far as, wanting something for themselves or whatever, but, what we don't know is whether the fighters actually wanted that. You know what I'm saying? Or, did all the fighters go and say, look, I'm Gary Russell, and these are my two brothers, and then the two Charlo brothers. We all want to dominate this card, and it just be about us on Juneteenth. The next point of it is, Juneteenth ain't the only day that we could have. I mean, all around the country, and I started out in New York, then I came down south. That's something that's got to be pushed and educated. As a whole in our community before there's a big celebration for it. Like, we got to show we care about it before anybody else. But see, they don't talk about other things. Like in New York in May, there's the New York African Film Festival. You know what I'm saying? There's the Black Expo down south, and there's other African festivals that we have. So Juneteenth isn't the only date. I mean, this year, August 28th is the anniversary of the I Have a Dream speech there in D.C., and it falls on the Saturday. You could have a big card in the DMV, but you don't hear people talking about that. And so the way I look at it is, the Mexicans or Latinos, whatever you want to call it, they got May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, they got Mexican Independence Day. But I mean, as fans, we don't have to be like everybody else. I mean, every day can be our day. Just like we say about Black History Month, ain't just 1 month. Every day we could celebrate that. So, I think at the end of the day, it's about, them making money. Now, as far as the card and the matchups, I mean, Charlo versus Montiel, I think that's the trash fight. Now, the Pitbull Cruz against Fernandez, that's a pretty good fight. That should be action-packed. They're going to both come with it. But, there's a lot. Everybody's fighting on that date, man. So, just speaking of what they was talking about with Al Heyman and all that other stuff, you can't just put that on him. Every Bob Arum isn't Mexican, but he does May 5th. He does September 16th. You know what I'm saying? So you just can't put that on one person. But if we talking about the quality of the card, the card is all the fights are garbage in my opinion. Although I'm glad to see some fight. You know what I'm saying? But I just say we can't get caught up with fighting for something that the fighters may or may not be fighting for. And then, just know that we ain't got to be like everybody else. We don't have to find a day to celebrate something and make it our day just to, try to fit in with everybody else. That's just kind of how I feel about it.
Okay, I feel you on that. JB, what you thinking?
Man, who all on the card? I didn't even see it.
That's the problem. You see what I'm saying? That right there is the problem. You feel what I'm saying? If the card was special like that, man, everybody would know who's on it. It don't even matter who on it, JB. To be honest with you, the card is ass cheeks. But
I think, man, they need to. I don't really know what to say, honestly, about the card, I don't even know who won it. But as far as fighting on that day in general, I mean, it's not really. It don't got that. It don't got that same type of stigma. It's like fighting on Cinco de Mayo, or even in June when they had a Puerto Rican parade in New York, or Mexican Independence Day. I mean, I feel like they should start having cards in like February, all throughout the month of February, because that's Black History Month here in America, and we got Martin Luther King Day in January, I believe on the 15th. I think they need to start taking advantage of them dates early in the year to start the year off with some solid cards. But that's all I really got. I don't really got much else to say about this Juneteenth card.
Okay, for sure. All right, we're gonna get DJ up in here. Let's get DJ up in here. Centos, go ahead, Centos. No, matter of fact, go ahead, DJ. DJ, go ahead, cause he wanna say something. He wanna go for a while. Shout out to Mexican supremacists. Shout out to my dog, highly anticipated. Shout out to my dog Tom Brown, man. Appreciate y'all boys coming through here, man. Showing love. But go ahead, DJ. What are your feelings about the card?
Outside the main event, I don't give two shits about that card, to be honest. I think it was Hustler Home who was on Fred's show earlier before I knocked out watching that damn Suns Blazers game. You said something that was very interesting, man, and I don't think enough people really picked up on it. You was talking about the education of the holiday, because I didn't know about the holiday until I got to college, and that's 2007, 8, 9. You know what I'm saying? And luckily I went to an HBCU, so they really put me on to the holiday. I didn't know anything about it. Going to a predominantly mixed high school, they're not gonna teach you about that. So I think that point really got swept under the rug. And another thing, Mexican or Latino fighters really care about fighting on Mexican Independence Day and Cinco de Mayo. I don't think enough Black fighters really care about Juneteenth like that. I don't think it's man, I gotta have that date. I gotta have that date like a lot of Mexican fans and a lot of just Latino and Hispanic fans do. So I think that's another big issue. Where a lot of people, well, Fred was putting it on Al Heyman, and a lot of people probably, yeah.
After you get done, I gotta disagree with you, but go ahead, finish your point.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But I just don't think, personally, I don't see a lot of people clamoring to fight on that holiday. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think enough people are really educated on what that holiday means or should mean to Black people. Like, we used to have Juneteenth festivals here, you know, around my area, but nobody really understood what that holiday meant. That was just a day to get out and party from sun up to sundown. So that's just where I stand on it. I don't really think a lot of fighters really care. A lot of Black fighters really care about that day.
All right.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I can name you 10 that care about that fight date. I can give you 10 right now. You want to hear those 10?
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
First of all, the best heavyweight in the world.
Well, yeah, him. But who else?
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Don't come up from talking about the king, man. Hold on. Hold your horses, DJ. All right. We're talking about the king. You know what I'm saying? The bronze bomber. You know what I'm saying? The best heavyweight in the world. Deontay Wilder. Number 1. Okay. What was you about to say as I was introducing Deontay Wilder?
No, I was just saying, yeah, him and who else?
Okay, here we go. Shout out to James St. Patrick's Day, man. Appreciate you for sliding. Reese Bruff, appreciate you for coming through, man. Something serious. Listen, you got Deontay Wilder.
Okay.
Jamel, Errol Spence, Gary Russell and his brothers. That's that. I mean, if we want to count them as one, or you want to count them as their own individuals. How you want to do that?
How many of them can sell out a stadium?
It ain't about selling out a stadium, my boy. That's not what it's about. Because all the messages.
That's not what it's about to us. But that's what it's about to people who put the matches together. How many of them can sell out a stadium? It's business at the end of the day.
My boy.
What's up, bro?
Put the niggas that can sell out the venue. You put them on the fucking card. I just gave you some motherfuckers that can do it. If you don't think Deontay Wilder can sell out the fucking card, I don't know where we at with this thing. Errol Spence. I said Errol Spence, right? I said Deontay Wilder, Errol Spence. Those are two. Those are two motherfuckers that sell more than any fucking body. Okay? Deontay Wilder, Errol Spence. Jamal, right? Those four alone. I'm gonna give you some more folks. But what I'm saying is all the people that's on the card don't have to be main event headliners though. Salute to my dog Mir, man. Appreciate you for sliding through. But that's not true. Gary Russell asked for that date long time ago, big dog. Gary Russell been asking for a Juneteenth date for a long time, him and his brothers. So that's false. Yeah, but my thing, damn, man, this shit been tripping lately, boy.
Thank you, Mir. That was my point. None of those guys are openly campaigning for that date, though. You see a lot of Mexican fighters openly campaigning for Cinco de Mayo or openly campaigning for Mexican Independence Day. You don't see that for black fighters. So, in the eyes of the people, in the eyes of the people who making them fights, like if they don't care enough to openly campaign for it, and I don't believe that they can sell out these venues, why should we care about that date? Like, I think there should be an all-black Juneteenth card. Let me get that point out there. But if these guys don't care enough to campaign for it, why should the matchmakers and the people putting these fights together care about putting fights on that date?
Hey, can I retort you for a second? Can I rebut?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, hold on. Let me get mine out real quick, man.
I want to add on.
I ain't spoke yet.
Go ahead.
I hadn't spoke yet. All right. First of all, Hustler, I'm gonna send some prayers out for you and your son and your family, man.
Thank you.
I was on that show earlier when you spoke about it, and you spoke very eloquently about it, and you were right in what you were saying and the questions you were asking. It's true. We lack, as a people, as a whole in this country, we lack education about what the significance are for that date. I learned about it in 1991 through the brothers that I was amongst. I learned about Cinco de Mayo that same time by the Hispanic brothers that I was amongst in the state of Texas in 1991. Where I'm from, not a lot I had never heard of it in Nashville. Now, there are people that know about it now. Slowly but surely, since I learned about it, the education among people that I have been acquainted with has become greater. But it's still not a lot of education in certain areas about this particular date and the significance it bears for our people. As Hustler Holmes has stated, both before and now, and as DJ just stated, and the rest of the panel, we have to be more educated on it. If we're not, as a collective, that educated ourselves, the fighters are not as educated either. These fighters have to be educated about those dates. That means that we have to educate our communities. If these fighters are educated, they will want to fight not only on Juneteenth, but also on other significant holidays that are set aside for our community. We have to educate first. We have to support second. The support has not been there on the education. And when we get to that point, we'll see holidays that are set aside for us that's celebrated, like Cinco de Mayo or Mexican Independence Day or the Puerto Rican Day or whatever they call it. I'm not sure. But we have to educate and we have to support. We have to push the so-called executives, or I always call them the conglomerates. We have to push them to give us what we're looking for and what we want. It's our right to ask for representation. It's our right to demand representation. They've been doing it for years for other culturally and genres of group of people, you know.
Hey.
If we don't ask, if we don't push, we don't get it.
Hey.
So we have to educate, we have to support, we have to push, and these fighters have to be educated for by a lot, and they have to be, you know, educated to ask for those dates. There's nothing wrong with us wanting these things. There's nothing wrong with. I don't 100% agree with Fred's tactics, but I don't disagree with him about what he's saying, because we have to. But Al Heyman is one man, true enough, but he's also a black man. We can't condemn him for the whole mishap of the holiday. But this is my thing: if you are going to marquee, advertise, and highlight Juneteenth for the card that's going to happen on Juneteenth, you need to have representation of what Juneteenth is about, and that's people that look like the holiday.
Hey.
Because that's what they're advertising. Juneteenth. It's no Juneteenth if you don't. If the majority of the fighters don't look like the representation of what that holiday is for, then they don't need to be using that as a marquee or advertisement piece or whatever, because it's wrong. It's not only just education, all that. If you're gonna use it, fix it where we can understand it. Fix it where is it? Police. Fix it where we understand what it is, because that's part of educating is representing and making it look, giving us what look like us. And then people are like, why they got what's Juneteenth and they got all the black fighters? Then that's a conversation piece, and that's somebody at home looking at the fight, telling that kid, this is what it means, this is what it's for, that's what it represents. And we got to do more of that. We don't need to bash and fight against each other about this holiday, but we need to push, educate, support, push, educate, support, and keep it going until they hear and understand what we're saying and make this stuff happen, and it becomes a norm. It's not enough of it.
For sure.
That's what I want to say about it.
Hey, real quick, Reggie Owens, you ain't shit, bro. Reggie Owens ain't worth a damn, dude. Reggie Owens is a cold motherfucker, dog. Listen, look at Reggie Owens, man. I gotta read this shit out loud. Reggie Owens ain't shit. How Gary asked for the Juneteenth fight when his ass don't even fight. And Kyle House, they don't even. That's not true though, man. Deontay Wilder's a big supporter in the Juneteenth, man. You can't say that shit. You can't say shit. You can't say that shit. Let me see, man. Deuce Times, man. Salute to you for coming through. Let me see who else we got. Brandon Washington. Hey, what's up, B? Let me see. We go. You know, we brushed through the comments pretty quick around this piece. I'm trying to take my time, but it ain't gonna work too. It ain't working too much. All right, so fellas, man. Real quick, I'm gonna do a quick drop. I'm gonna do a quick drop, and then we'll get back. We'll get right back to it. All right. So hold on 1 second. Give me a second. I'm gonna do a quick drop. This episode of the Boxing Section is brought to you by Def Mob Clothing. Def Mob Clothing was made for black folks, for black folks, kind of like FUBU. Shout out to Mo Dave. Shout out to Def Mob Entertainment. Shout out to Def Mob Clothing. All right, fellas. We got DJ here. And so y'all know what tonight is, man. It's for the dummies to get educated. Right? But if anybody has something to say about that Juneteenth thing, y'all just say something, and we'll do that. But I will say this though: the biggest fighter on PBC Stable. He said he wanted a Juneteenth date, so everything else is non and void.
What I was about to say.
Agree.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. My bad.
No, I was going to say something real quick, and I was going to ask everybody a question because I'm kind of curious about everybody's opinion versus me just spitting my opinion out. Why do you guys think, like, since the black face have been dominating boxing since literally the beginning of time, why now is the time that we're asking for this Juneteenth bout? Because I feel like it would have been way more effective if a nigga like, if a brother like Muhammad Ali or, you know what I'm saying, brother like Mike Tyson or, you know, if they had embraced Juneteenth. Because I feel like by now, Juneteenth, like, because I hear how important it is. It's so important that Fred will, like, literally have a whole show about it. You know what I'm saying? So, and I was reading the comments throughout the night, and this shit is, like, literally very important to a lot of black people in America. Why haven't we been asking our heroes to unite us with a holiday that could show our superior selling, our superior fucking dollar and our superior athletic prowess? What's y'all opinion on that?
Let me speak on that real quick. My view on it. I think basically what something like that goes to is really, even outside of just the boxing thing, it's like as a community of people in this nation, you know, our group, we just these are things that aren't really pushed and taught that way. So this is why you have a lot of us have found out about these things a lot later. See, I happened to find out about them, you know, when I was like a teenager, because, you know, my parents, they from the South, so they knew about things like that because it was more relevant to them, you know, in the time period that they grew up in. So those things had, I think, a little bit more, you know, more relevance to them. And, you know, when you look at the circumstances that we, like I said, that obviously our people exist under here and have for quite some time, it's like, obviously, the other man ain't gonna push those type of agendas for us. And it has to be us. It should be more, it should be more of a national holiday and a view that we as a group take to make it more relevant to all of us, and it could be something that we could push to the youth. So when you take it like those other holidays, let's take like the Cinco de Mayo, which is the Mexican Independence Day. Now, the reason that's a big day for them because they got a nation that they were able to get independent and get control of to become be recognized as a full nation. Whereas in our circumstance, it's, you know, it was us getting free in the nation that we still were being held captive in. So you would think that it would, you know, would have a specific relevance to us, but that's just it. It hasn't really been pushed because you still had a lot of people coming out of slavery that was undereducated, and we still was going to them, we still going to their school system, haven't been free. So these not going to be the type of things that's going to be pushed. So all those things, just a trickling down effect from our actual social status in here into something like a sport of boxing. So you will have brothers in the sport that really, that is not something that's going to be pushed up here heavily, because you very rarely would have heard something like that being pushed up here in New York, except for, honestly speaking, by maybe some of the more conscious groups in the city. But outside of that, you wouldn't have heard nothing about it. So that's what I think the big difference is that we just didn't have that agenda being pushed in the way that we should nationally. Because that should be something that should be pushed nationally. And if it was pushed more nationally, then our fighters, like our big stars and many people, will be a lot more, you know, involved in trying to make it a big deal. So I think that's what it is. It has to be something that has to come from the grassroots, from amongst our communities across so-called Black America. And I think that's what's hurt. That's what's really hurt that, you know, for that's an actual event, but so few of our people really actually knew what it was about. You know, just like the brother said, he didn't find out about it until he was in college. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that's what needs to be done. It's just, it has to be us to take the mantle and push it. Maybe this could be the start of it, man. You know, maybe this can be the start. All right, but that's my little spell on it.
That's what we need.
Exactly.
Hey, H Money. H Money.
Man, ain't nobody paying H Money no attention tonight, man. I never thought I'd see the day where H Money started taking up for cheaters, man. He went main one beating that drum, talking about how he hate guys who cheat. And all of a sudden, these past few days, he been caping up Tyson Fury. So I mean, anybody paying no attention to H Money. We love you. We love you though, bro. We love you though. But hey, man, I never thought I'd see the day when he support a cheater, bro. But anywho, man, I think this will be the last year where it's actually like this. I think a lot of these fighters see that the Juneteenth date actually means something to us now, because before then I didn't think they did. And to your point, Kyle, the only fighter that I believe could carry that date is unfortunately tied up in court right now. So you get guys like Jamel and Jamal Charlo. I don't really think they care. They might say they do, but I don't think they care. I don't really think they really care what the fans want.
Well, I mean,
because if they did, man, they'd have been fighting. One of them would have fought Demetrius Andre by now. They would have swallowed that. They would have swallowed that a long time. And also, who's gonna swallow their pride as a champion on one of these Juneteenth card? Who's gonna swallow their pride and say, "Yeah, I'll be the co-main event for this card"? Who's gonna do that? You think the Charlos are gonna do that? You think Errol Spence would do that? Because we all agree that Deontay Wilder would probably be the headliner for that.
I'm sure they would.
You sure? These guys got big egos, man. Who's gonna swallow their? You think Gary Russell is gonna swallow his pride and concede to be in the co-main event? No, yeah, we can't get him in the ring now.
Yeah, he would do it. He would do it. He would do it. No question. Amount of money. As long as he makes a check, he'll be all right.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna tell you these. Let me tell you what I know about.
Santos.
Yeah.
After you go, we gonna switch gears.
Okay. To answer what the question that Hustle Home put out there. I don't know that back in the earlier years when Joe Louis, what's my man name out of Galveston, Texas? First black heavyweight, Jack Johnson, and the heavyweights all the way up until I'm gonna say up until Deontay Wilder. Anybody before Deontay Wilder, as far as an African American heavyweight champion, they were not as business savvy as these fighters are today. Thanks to Al Heyman, these guys are more educated about the business side of boxing. We got to give it up to Al Heyman for that. But before that, guys were, some guys, Sugar Ray and some other, they were used to making their money. Ali was, he was used to demanding his money, but they were not business savvy. So they didn't think about black holidays and all that kind of stuff. That wasn't on their mind. What was on their mind was fighting the best and being the best and making, some money. They let their team handle all that stuff. They wasn't as vocal about the business side as a whole back in the day as they are nowadays, these fighters. And I think that's what come in now. Cinco de Mayo, Hispanics didn't care about fighting on that day either until Golden Boy was established. That's when I first. Now you seen this. You see Latino fighters celebrated when they come into the ring with their music and the sombreros and things of that nature. And Roger Mayweather was considered the Black Mamba and also the Mexican assassin and all that kind of stuff. He mostly fought Mexicans coming up in his career. However, but Cinco de Mayo may have started during the Roger Mayweather era, but it wasn't as celebrated until Golden Boy came about and start educating the public about and the fighters about fighting on those holidays. All right, as Oscar De La Hoya's reign himself, because he used to fight on Cinco de Mayo a lot. As his reign kind of started dropping, Mayweather started rising, and he took over that day because he saw how they had built it up. And now, like Canelo said, we're taking our date back. These guys want to fight on their day. They know how important it is to their people, their culture. Just like they got educated, we have to educate our own. Because before now, it wasn't the fighters were not as educated about the date and how important it was. They didn't care about what day they fought on, as long as they got a fight date and a check. But the guys like Deontay Spence that knows what that date is, what the significance of it is, they're okay with that. I do remember the guys like Fred and the rest of the LDBC, Blue Blood and some more of them. They've been fighting this fight about the Juneteenth fight date for at least 3 years, I know, and that I remember. And the first time we got, they said they were going Espinosa said they were going to put a fight in Atlanta. That was a big deal a few years ago. That was the first time they had a big fight in Atlanta, championship fight in Atlanta, and I forget how many years it was. Then when they fought in Baltimore or DC or whatever it was with Gervonta, it was first time in so many years. It's all about educating. It is important to those that know about it, because if we know, we do better. A lot of us, I didn't know until I said 91, but it might have been 1990 when it was between 90 and 91. I was educated by the brothers out of Texas. This holiday was significant to our people because our people who were held in captivity in bondage as slaves in the state of Texas were not notified of the freedom that had been mandated by the President of the United States until a couple of years later or something like that. But it was on Juneteenth when they found out someone of black descent rode in on a horse into Galveston and started educating our brothers and sisters about it. That's the significance of it. There's a movie about Juneteenth, and they show how they celebrate it. Certain cities and states celebrate Juneteenth like it's a real holiday, because it is a real holiday, and it should be. Now, I think it's probably predominantly a Southern thing, where Southern states know more about it than the Northern states, and that may be why, like my man Puget says, there's not as many people on top of it in places like New York and places like that. Sometimes some things are geographically groomed more than other geographical locations. And it's just a matter of education and then getting into the minds and hearts of other people in other geographical locations to educate us as a whole. We're doing ourselves a disservice by not educating one another. And that's why this date, Fred is hard about it. I totally understand, because I remember when these guys had interviews where they were talking to people like Espinosa and some others about a date on Juneteenth. Trio boxing, same thing. They've been pushing it for the longest. I remember going back 3 years listening to these guys pushing. I was so happy to hear them talk about it, because before they were talking about a fight on Juneteenth, I never thought about why didn't we have a fight on Juneteenth. But when they said, I said, yeah, we need that, you know, and we do. And the holidays only gonna be as important, as big as we, the people of that holiday, make it. And until we get ourselves together and push our own agendas for our own people and educate our own people, why would they respect us? Until we do what our part, they're not going to respect our wishes. So we got to do our part. And it needs to be known. It is important. It's very important. When some people were enslaved and didn't know anything about it for a few years after. It's sad.
For sure.
It's another disservice done to our people in this country, and it is important to us.
For sure. We need to get the date.
Right.
We need to get the date of Nat Turner. That'll be a good one too. We're gonna switch gears, man. It's time for DJ to do what DJ does. Talk about the MMA, man. Educate your family, man. We're gonna kick it off with something crazy because you sent this to me. So DJ sent this to me yesterday. So I said I can't wait. I couldn't wait for him to talk about it. So we're gonna go here with it. Go ahead, DJ.
Yes. The rematch of Derek the Black Beast Lewis against Francis the Predator Ngannou, the reigning, defending heavyweight champion of the UFC. I'm excited to see this rematch. I don't think it'll go the distance like it did the first time. The first time was a 3-round bore fest because both guys were dealing with things. Derek Lewis had a back injury going into that fight, so he wasn't that willing to exchange. And Francis was coming off of that Stipe loss, and where he had gassed out really bad, so he wasn't that willing to exchange. So Derek Lewis ended up winning that fight, and it was only right that they do the rematch, even though we all want the John Jones fight. I'm excited to see this rematch, man. I believe the first guy who connects in this fight, the other guy will go to sleep. Derek Lewis has the most knockouts in the heavyweight division of the UFC in history. So this ought to be a good fight, man. I'm predicting it'll be over within 3 rounds.
All right. So who you got winning in this fight?
Who do I have winning this fight?
Yeah.
Oh man. This is tough, man. This is tough. Like I said, whoever connects first, that other guy's going to sleep. It doesn't matter who it is, but I like what I saw out of Francis in his last fight. I like the strides that he's made with his new coach, Dewey Cooper. His striking has vastly improved. His wrestling has improved. But Derek Lewis is just one of them guys, man. You got to kill him to get him out of there. So as long as Derek Lewis is in that fight, as long as he's still standing, as long as he's still conscious, he has a chance. But I'm going to go with the Black Beast in this one. I'm going to go with the Black Beast in this one. Oh, man, this was tough, though. This one's tough. It's hard to call this one. I don't think any guy's going to go for any takedowns. I think this is going to be a straight stand and bang fight. And like I said before, whoever connects first, the fight's over. And seeing as how Derek has that win over him already, if you want to call it that, you guys will have to go back and watch that first fight. It was terrible. For a long time, Dana White didn't want to make that rematch because the fight was so bad. But I believe this fight will be different. Somebody's going to sleep. I can guarantee you that.
Hey, DJ.
Yes, sir.
Man, do your thing, man. It's your night. So go ahead and talk about.
Somebody pull up the rest of the card so I can see. I know I know the card coming up this weekend is for the vacant UFC lightweight title. The great Khabib Nurmagomedov has decided he's going to retire and stay retired because he's beaten 98 or 99% of the division already. So he doesn't see anybody out there that really impresses him. And also, he promised his mom before his last fight, because he just lost his dad to COVID last year before his last fight. And he just doesn't want to go back out there without his dad. His dad trained him most of his life before he finally came over here to America and started training with AKA American Kickboxing Academy out there in San Jose, training with guys like Daniel Cormier and other killers out there in that gym. This fight between Charles Oliveira and Michael Chandler should be a great fight. Should be. Now, I think Michael Chandler, who has great wrestling and really good boxing, he's a really good striker, but his wrestling is where his bread is buttered. But Charles Oliveira, as me and my brother DB has said before, is a human anaconda. He's really tall for the division. I think he's 5'11" or 6 foot, and he has this wiry frame that if he wraps his arms around your neck or he gets a limb, he'll either break it or you'll tap or he'll choke you unconscious. So I believe Michael Chandler would make the mistake of actually trying to take him down, and he'll wrap his neck up and choke him to sleep in that fight. So I got Charles Oliveira in that fight, easy. Somebody else who's fighting on that card, Tony El Kukui Ferguson against Beneil Dariush, who's out of King's MMA out there in California with Rafael Cordero, the guy who trained Mike Tyson for his last fight against Roy Jones. He also trains Kelvin Gastelum. He also trains Fabricio Verdun. They have a really good gym out there in California with King's MMA. Rafael Dos Anjos, who's also the former UFC lightweight champion. But Tony Ferguson, who was once on a 12-fight win streak, has lost his last 2 fights via stoppage. He actually lost to Charles Oliveira in his last fight, who's now fighting for the title. And before that, he got beat up pretty bad and TKO'd against Justin the Highlight Gaethje, who's out there in Colorado with Thug Rose Namajunas and the welterweight king Kamaru Usman. This is a crossroads fight for him, for Tony Ferguson. I mean, he after winning 12 straight, he's lost his last 2. And if you lose to a guy like Beneil Dariush, who has really good striking and I'd say subpar ground skills, if you lose to a guy like this, it's kind of like, where do we go from here? So this fight is really important for him. I believe he'll win because he's just one of those what I like to call legit crazy people who he does a lot of weird things as far as his training. He trains up at altitude, so you never have to worry about his gas tank. And he was able to put pressure on these guys, put the storm on these guys that a lot of guys couldn't take at that 155-pound division. And more often than not, he came out victorious. But like I said, he's getting older now. And once you start getting older in these lighter weight classes, it gets harder to keep up with these younger guys. So I'll take Tony Ferguson in that fight. Scroll down. Scroll down for me. Who else is on this card? Oh, Caitlin Chukagian, who was the former title challenger to Valentina Bullet Shevchenko, who's the undisputed flyweight champion at 125 in the UFC. I think she lost her last couple fights, if I'm not mistaken. She was once the #1 contender. She has a really good ground game, has really good grappling. Her striking is solid, but it's not the best. It's solid. And she should win this fight against the lady. I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name. I've only seen her fight once, so I'm not too familiar with her. But that featherweight fight, though, to me, that'll be the fight of the night. You got Sugar Shane Burgos against Edson Jr. Barboza. Edson Barboza has some of the most devastating leg kicks you'll ever see in your life. He's one of those guys who grew up in Brazil, who's a former soccer player. So he's got thighs like tree trunks, and he's actually stopped, I believe, 3 or 4 guys with leg kicks before. So his striking is really solid. He's still getting used to that featherweight division, which is a division down from where he's fought most of his career. Even though he has 9 losses, he's lost to some of the best guys and also beat some of the best guys. He's been fighting at a really high level. He could never quite get to that title shot at 155. You know, he lost to guys like Justin Gaethje. He lost to, I believe, Dustin Poirier. He lost to Khabib. You know, he lost to the top guys. Even that's why I said even though he has 9 losses, he's still one of the top guys. Sugar Shane Burgos is one of those guys that DB hates. That's just straight at your ass for 3 rounds. You got to get him out of there to get him off of you. He's going to come forward. He's going to wing punches. He has really good striking. His grappling is vastly improving throughout every fight. He's still a young prospect in my eyes, but I'll have to take Barboza in that fight just off experience, and it's a different level of striking. Shane Burgos will have to try to take him down to get out of there. Who else we got on this card? Let me see. Who else we got on this card? And all the main card. Yeah. Any questions, fellas?
No, I'm good. When's the date on these fights you speaking on this fight card? When is it?
This fight card is this Saturday. Yeah, it's this Saturday. It's in Houston, Texas, in front of a live crowd. The second one in front of a live crowd.
Okay. And what about?
And it should be at full capacity, man. It's gonna be usually on these cards that you don't really know everybody's name. These are some of the best cards. These are some of the best fights to watch because everybody's out to prove themselves. They know they're on a big stage. Oh, okay. Jacare's on this card. Okay. Jacare is one of these guys who came over from Strikeforce a few years ago with Daniel Cormier, Luke Rockhold, Nick Diaz, all these guys when the UFC bought Strikeforce. And he was once the Strikeforce middleweight champion. And he's one of those guys who's getting up there in age. His last fight that I seen him in, he got knocked out by Kevin Holland, who I'm pretty sure we're all familiar with at this point. He is a grappling wizard. He's known for, really imposing his will when it comes to the grappling. His striking hadn't been that great, but he'll use it to get inside and to grab a hold of you, take you down. And Jacare is actually Portuguese for alligator. So that lets you know about the squeeze that he has on people. He's choked people out, and he hadn't even had the choke locked in fully. Yes, Nate Diaz and Leon Edwards was supposed to fight on this card. I believe Nate Diaz got injured and they had to push it back, so they'll be fighting on June 12th. But I was sad to see that fight get pushed back. So that was going to be the co-main event for this card. Going to be the first 5-round main event. Let me see. We got Groovy Lando Fanata against Mike Grundy. That'll be a good scrap. And you got Andrea Lee versus Antonina Shevchenko. That's the older sister of the flyweight champion, Valentina Shevchenko. She has really good Muay Thai kickboxing, but her grappling has yet to catch up and transition to MMA. I think her 2 losses have come from where girls have just taken her down and just beat her up. But on the feet, she's just as good as her sister. Let me see. Got Jamie Pickett, Jordan Wright. Hadn't seen those guys fight before. Heard the names, hadn't seen them fight. Scroll down. Let's see. It's the prelims. Early prelims. Let me see. Yeah, I hadn't seen any of those guys fight. DB might know more about those guys than I do. Those guys and ladies. But overall, man, I believe this will be a good card. You look at the records and you look at where these people are in their careers. I believe this will be a good card. I predict a lot of finishes, just like that 2-6-1 card. Where, like I said, anytime you don't know a lot of these people's names, those are often the best cards because they know that they're on the big stage. They know a lot of people are watching, and they're trying to get that bump up. They're trying to get that bump up and not only pay, but status and get closer to a title shot. Let me see. I don't think we have a Bellator card this weekend. Oh, I'm looking in the chat right now. OH Money. You gotta love him. Gotta love him. So, any questions, fellas?
Nah, I got my education.
Question: the heavyweight fight. You know, you said
Huh?
it's the heavyweight fight. You said it's a rematch, right? And I
Yes,
heard
sir.
you mentioned that the fight was such a bad fight the first time that Dana White didn't really was hesitant to make the rematch. Why was it such a bad fight? Like, I'd have missed it. I didn't see the fight.
Because those guys they just really didn't throw punches in that fight. I think both guys probably landed. I think each guy probably landed around 30 punches in that fight over 3 rounds. So it was just the crowd actually booed him. And the referee in that fight, I believe, was Herb Dean. He actually stopped in the middle of the fight and told these guys that you have to engage each other. You guys got to fight. It was just a lot of circling around, and this person would throw a punch, and that person would throw a punch, and they'd circle around for another minute and a half, and this person would throw a punch, that person would throw a punch. And like I said, Derek Lewis came into that fight. He took that fight knowing he had a back injury, but he stated that he wanted to get Francis now because nobody knows how old he is, and once they figured out how old he is, he wanted to make sure he got his credit for beating him. Excuse me. And like I said, Francis was coming off of that Stipe loss where he tried to that was that first Stipe fight where he just got impatient and tried to get Stipe out of there early. And once he didn't, he kind of gassed out and took a beating over those last few rounds. And so he was I believe he was in his own head in that fight. And he really just didn't want to throw punches and gas out again, especially against a dangerous guy like Derek Lewis who could knock you out with either hand at any time in the fight. If you want to know what I'm talking about with that, go look at the fight between Derek Lewis and Alexander Volkov. Alexander Volkov won the first 2.5 rounds of that fight. And I believe it was within like the last 30 or 40 seconds, Derek Lewis clips him with a right hand, buckles him, drops him, and gets on top of him and tries to nail his head to the canvas and ends up winning that fight. So he carries his power late. Now, I don't believe either one of these guys. I don't think Derek has been 5 rounds in a long time, if not ever. And the last time we saw Francis go 5 rounds, he didn't look too good. So that's why I say this fight will end early. This fight isn't happening until August, I believe. So we got a long time to build up to that fight. It'll be a huge fight. Both of these guys are very popular within the UFC. Everybody loves Derek Lewis. He has some of the best post-fight interviews you'll ever see in your life. And then we all know what Francis Ngannou represents. He is the terror of the heavyweight division right now. Let me see. Well, yes, sir.
What's John Jones doing until then? Because I thought they might have been building toward that Jones and Ngannou.
Hey, Jones was good too, bro.
Yeah, John Jones is humongous right now. If y'all hadn't seen him, he's well over 250 pounds. He's been doing a lot of powerlifting, trying to bulk up for that Francis fight. John wants to get paid. He's at this point now where he I don't believe there's been an accurate number reported. I've heard anything between 10 and $30 million. Now, John has refuted all those claims, even though he said 8 to 10 million is not enough. But then the $30 million number came out, and he said, I never asked for 30 million. So we don't know where that is, but Dana White and John Jones don't necessarily have the best relationship. John Jones has a good relationship with the UFC's lawyer, Hunter Campbell, I believe that's his name. He has a good relationship with him, so they're just trying to get the money figured out. How much money does John Jones want to take this fight? But he wants this fight. He's dominated the light heavyweight division all of his career, and he's looking forward to that challenge with Francis. Now, something that they might do is put him in there with Stipe, because Stipe's been talking about bulking up and coming back. I don't think we'll see Stipe before probably late summer or early fall, because that knockout was vicious. And you shouldn't come back within 6 months of getting knocked out cold like that. I don't think it's a good idea, and history has shown that it's not a good idea. Once you get knocked out like that, your chin is never the same. And the way the brain works, once you get hit like that, it's not going to want to take that punishment again. So it's the same thing in boxing. Once guys start getting knocked out viciously like that, it kind of signals like the downfall of their career. They're never the same after that. And that happens throughout all the combat sports. Once you get that button pushed so many times, there's a magic number in everybody's chin that is so many times that button can get pushed. And I think Stipe's button's been pushed because he got knocked out cold against Daniel Cormier. Then he was in 3 hard fights. Well, 2 other hard fights other than getting knocked out in that first round. Even though he won that first Francis fight, he got hit hard a lot in that fight. Within the first round and a half, he got hit a lot. Now, a lot of people say that's why Daniel Cormier was able to knock him out in that first fight so easily, because he had taken a lot of damage from that first Francis fight. So Dana White's talking about putting John Jones in there with Stipe. I think that'll be a good fight for John Jones, a good introduction to the heavyweight division. I believe that'll be, what other way could you come in besides fighting Francis, other than to fight the former champion and what a lot of people consider the heavyweight GOAT in the UFC. So what other way to introduce him to the division? But I want him to come straight in and go after Francis. I believe John Jones would win that fight. Even though my good brother DB may disagree, I believe John Jones will win that fight, just like I believe whoever connects, and I believe Derek Lewis will in this fight. Even though Francis looked fantastic in his last fight, I got to pick Derek Lewis in that one. What you got, DB? Welcome to the show, brother.
What's up, family? What's up? What's going on, man? Hey, yeah, you cooking with grease. I like what I hear, man. I tell you this, man. Listen, Derek Lewis, Francis Ngannou, they have this crazy Avenger-like superpower in their hands, and there's no way to tell. It's just whoever connects with that proper punch first, the other person's going to fall. It's not even about who's better. It's just about who connects first in that fight right there. And I hate to see it, because one of these dudes is going to fall, and it's going to be a big fall because they just have so much power. But man, it's tough for me to go against Derek Lewis, man. I love him so much. I think he's great for the sport. I think he's great for the division. I think it will be phenomenal to have him as a champion. If in this situation that Derek Lewis wins this fight, that it kind of ruins everything for them, because Derek Lewis already has a victory over Francis in that first fight. So 2-0, they probably won't get to run it back again. But if Francis wins this fight, then they'd be 1-1, and this would be good to have on that UFC Africa card. If Stipe, the caveman, stays in his cave. But on the John Jones part of it, though, Yeah, John said that he didn't ask for this. You know, Dana likes to lie. We know Dana White is kin to Bob Arum, and all he do is lie, no matter what. But I think since John Jones can't come in and get that immediate title shot like he was promised by Dana White, I think the next best thing would have been for him to take on Stipe Miocic. John Jones said that there has been nothing in the works. I believe that John sees his own worth now, and John Jones is saying, listen, you call me the GOAT. I didn't call myself the GOAT. You called me that first, Dana. So since you called me that, pay me like it. And now that I'm going up to heavyweight fight, who you call the heavyweight GOAT or calling the most dangerous man in the world, those are different fights. So I need to get paid for those fights. And I completely agree with John Jones. I would like to see John Jones in there with Stipe Miocic. I think John Jones dispatches a Stipe relatively easy. I think the first round may be tough, but I think once John gets his timing and his distance there, he holds Stipe's hands, give him a couple of elbows, takes him down, and grounds and pounds him out. If that fight's not available, then I would probably say John against Curtis Blades, and I think that'll be a tough fight. But I think that's a good fight. And I think one of the tougher fights for John Jones in the division, and you probably haven't thought about this, but after I said, you might think about this for a second. Alexander Volkov. That may be the toughest fight because Alexander's 6'7.5". His reach is right there with John Jones. He hits hard as hell. He knows how to use his kicks, his punches, elbows, and knees. And he's not a ground specialist, but he's pretty damn good with controlling, his hips. So I would love to see any of those fights. I would like to see Alexander Volkov. I mean, put it this way. I think if John can go in there and get with Alexander Volkov easily, then the rest of the division just, watch out. But
I didn't throw Volkov in there because I saw something. I don't know how true it is. I saw something the other day where they're trying to finalize Volkov and Biggie Boy.
Yeah, actually, that is what's in the works. But I think all the heavyweights are pretty not booked, but they got fights in the works if they're not already booked, which is great. Let the division continue to move, and see who the winners come out to be. Because John can't come in really facing a loser. That's why John can't come in and face Curtis Blades. Curtis Blades just got knocked into Pluto by Francis. I'm sorry, by Derek, by the Black Beast. So it's got to be somebody that's coming off of a win, and Derek, Francis, and Alexander Volkov for those guys.
Yeah, and also Curtis Blades has been knocked out viciously 3 times, man. He got knocked out twice by Francis, and he also got knocked out, like you said, got knocked to Pluto by Derek Lewis. That's a good way to put it. I thought he was dead.
Yeah. Who do you know who Surreal Gun is getting ready to fight? I know it's there. It's just skipping my brain right now.
I don't know. Could be Curtis Blades.
No, it's somebody else.
He just beat. Then he just beat. He was either Junior or Biggie Boy who he just beat. I think he just retired Junior.
Yeah, retired Junior. Then he fought Biggie Boy and he beat him. So they both beat Junior back to back, and then God, it's somebody else. I can't think of who it is, but Jesus Christ, I can't think of it. But it's gonna come in.
Yeah, that's why I didn't throw Volkov in there. I saw something about Volkov and Rosenstruck, who was supposed to be fighting next. So I was like, well, that's off the table.
Yeah. Kevin Adams says, Kevin said Ngannou's going to knock out Lewis again. He never knocked out Lewis. They had a fight before, and Derek Lewis won that fight by decision. Mir said John Jones, heavyweight champ, will be heavyweight champ. I think at some point John will get there. I just don't know if he's beaten Francis for it. Francis is just a behemoth, man. Yeah, it's tough to see John being able to take those shots like that. What up, Reg? Seems like I ain't seen Reg in a minute.
Yeah, Red's been at Hyde, man.
Yeah.
You got H Money on here trolling tonight. Shout out to H Money, man. You gotta love the guy.
What up, H?
But
And he also said, Mir said John Jones bulking up. Yeah, man, listen, as long as John Jones can keep his mobility with bulking up, and I've seen training videos, but that's different than having another, mountain of a man standing across from you throwing bombs at you. So, if he's at 250, 255, and he looks like Francis Ngannou, then God bless the rest of the division. But if he comes in looking like Alistair Overeem or looking like what's his name? They used to play football. What's his name? Everybody hates on him. No. Everybody hates on him for supposedly beating up his ex-girlfriend. I can't think of his name.
Oh, Greg Hardy.
Right. If he comes in looking like Greg Hardy.
Oh, he did that, DB. He did that.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, the girl settled out of court, so.
Right. True enough. But he did that shit.
When people settle out of court.
He was convicted by a jury, and then he filed an appeal to get another case in front of a judge, to have a judge-only trial, and then the girl didn't show up for court, so they threw the case out. I believe that's how it went. I know the judge threw the case out because she didn't show up for court.
Yeah, well, I tell you this. I don't like condemning any black athlete when they still got dudes like Conor McGregor out here sexually assaulting women, beating up senior citizens, when you got pieces of shit human beings like Mike Perry following Conor McGregor's lead with their white-on-white crime. So, everybody want to talk about what Greg Hardy potentially did 10, 15 years ago, and you got Conor McGregor senior abuse on camera and for no reason at all. Same thing. Mike Perry knocking out a senior citizen on camera in front of the world, but these guys go in front of crowds and they still get cheers, and people think that they're cool, cute, and funny. Yeah, so they can't tell me a damn thing about Greg Hardy when they don't have nothing on camera and people settling out of court. You know what I mean?
That's why Conor McGregor can't go back to Ireland, right? Because supposedly, the story goes, that guy was connected to the Irish mob that he put hands on. So he ain't been able to go back to Ireland that frequently.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they catch up to this scumbag.
So I already know who you pulling for in that third Dustin Poirier fight.
Hey, who y'all say? What happened? Somebody hit somebody that was in an Irish mob.
Yeah. Conor McGregor.
Go ahead,
hit a 106-year-old man in an Irish pub who was there having a drink, and doing some Irish prayer, and Conor McGregor didn't like him. Like the man for doing a silent prayer, so Conor McGregor punched him in his head with a 6-piece combination.
Yeah, I saw that. Most definitely discussing shit, but that motherfucker was a part of the Irish mob.
That's
that's the rumor.
Apparently, he's connected to the Irish mob, and I think Conor McGregor's living in Vegas or LA now.
No, he ain't in LA. Don't put that on us.
Okay, we'll say Vegas then. But I know he's been stateside a lot. He used to live in Ireland. I think he still has a house over in Ireland, but he hadn't been in Ireland as much as he used to be. I'll say that much.
Okay. I was about to say, damn, bro, that's crazy. But shit, that's what you get for putting your hands on people. You know what I mean?
That's right. Did y'all cook on the other fights?
Yeah, I went through the card briefly, man, but you can go back through it if somebody can pull it up.
It was a one-way conversation. It was a class. That's what it was. We had our little.
Yeah. I just broke down the fighters that I knew, and hopefully you'll have more information about some of the fighters that I didn't. Like I said, think Jamie Pickett, I've only seen him fight once. He's on the card. So I really didn't know enough to break those fights down. So, yeah, we'll go back through it.
Is Kyle? Oh, there we go. There we go. Who's on? Kyle or Cam? Who controlling the board? Cam? Is that Cam or is it Kyle?
Might be Cam. I think Kyle's gone.
Okay. Salute to the brother Cam. Let me see. What Reggie said? Reggie said Conor McGregor said to have bought that pub that he punched the old man at. Yeah. That's right, Reg. I heard that too. I think last week they said that Conor purchased the pub that he punched that old man at. So.
Hey, you see his did y'all see his vodka advertisement in the last card on the boxing card?
Man,
that
he's always,
what's the Andy Ruiz fight?
He's always on PBC fights. Sponsoring PBC fights.
Yeah, he's got that. Then he's got McGregor Sports and Entertainment. He's got his own promotion that he's trying to launch or has already launched. Yeah, he's trying to dip back into boxing, man. But I don't blame him at all for selling that Proper 12. That shit is disgusting. I tried it, and it's absolutely terrible.
It reminds you. Have you ever been overseas?
No, sir.
Right.
Yeah, I've been to.
You know the liquor that they sell overseas, them motherfuckers make, and they try to give it to you for free at the bars. That's what that shit tastes like, bro.
It was awful. Oh man.
But hell, but Conor McGregor took note. Like he took that ass whooping from damn Floyd Mayweather. He got there, went to school. He started investing like hell.
Yeah, that was the fight. That was the fight that he introduced that Proper 12 in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He flipped his whole life around with that. Floyd the ticket. Floyd, man, shit, man. I wish Floyd do that for a black brother, bro. That shit, wow, how he got down.
Right.
Talk about it. For real.
Gucci man ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy. That shit crazy. But hell, man. Well, since the subject came to boxing, and I feel like MMA is closer to like MMA has its smaller cultural microcosms in there. Like you got the Brazilian culture in there, you got the Cuban culture in MMA, and you got the European culture in MMA. Why we wouldn't? I feel like we should like ask John Jones to help bring this Juneteenth thing to like, because I'm highly interested. Even though I'm in my infancy as far as researching it, I'm into it now. Like I'm a hope John Jones could do some shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like we need that, bro. We need that bad, bro.
Yeah, I hear you. John Jones is probably not the person for it. Like John Jones would support after it's already there, but he's not one of the people to put it together. I think you looking at you got to look at these Texans, man. Look at the people that's doing community work. Derek Lewis would be somebody that could have a connection for it with James Prince, Derek Lewis, and Trey the Truth. You know, you got to look at those kind of dudes that like Trey the Truth.
Oh no, Derek Lewis.
Yeah, Derek Lewis. Yeah, he's from Houston.
Oh, he's perfect. He would be perfect. Yeah. The Black Beast.
Yeah.
I think him and Trey the Truth grew up together, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
The Black Beast heading a Juneteenth card would be fucking perfect, bro.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I don't think that'll happen right now, though, Will.
No, not right now.
They're not doing Cinco de Mayo and all that over there.
It would have to be for the
they more so cater to. They don't really cater to a certain fan base. They just go where the money is. So like they used to put on whole fight cards. Like if they were in Brazil, you were gonna get 10 Brazilians on a card. If they were fighting over in England, you were gonna get 5 English fighters, 2 Irish fighters, then you're gonna get a couple fighters from Scotland. if they went to Sweden, you were gonna get. If you went to Sweden, you were gonna get Alexander Gustafsson, who's from Sweden. You were gonna get Ilir Latifi, who's also from Sweden. You're gonna get some people from Scotland, Norway, Denmark. They cater to regions. If you go to Australia,
that's part of that format I was speaking of earlier. They cater. I meant to mention this earlier. I kind of understand what Al is doing. The fight is in Texas, so he's catering to the majority of the population that's in Texas, which are Hispanic people. But at the same time, Texas knows about Juneteenth. Mm-hmm. That's where it started, and Juneteenth is about us, and we should have a fighter. Every fight of that night should have an African American in it, no matter who the opposition is.
For here on out, I believe anybody interviewing a black fighter should bring Juneteenth up.
Educate.
Every single one of them. Do you know anything about Juneteenth? No. Yes. Would you consider a fight about Juneteenth? No. Yes. This is what it means to us. We are supported 100%. We are the dollar in boxing, man. But we love boxing. So black folks love boxing so much, bro. Like we'll watch any fight, my nigga. Like this shit is crazy. Like it ain't crazy. I love it. I do it. But if we could do the fucking Juneteenth thing, that should be dope, bro. And that'd be something I just spend with my time with my son and shit, teach him. Cause I'm a TV teacher him because my son, he got a broke back, so he in the bed. So I got a goddamn he got a broke neck, my bad. He in the bed, so I've been reading them books and shit. I've been reading them, trading for a living, you know what I'm saying, teaching them about the stock market and shit like that. And I'm gonna throw some little bit of Juneteenth information in there too, so we both can learn about this thing together. You know what I mean? Because this is more a part of his ancestry through my wife's side than it is my ancestry, because I'm not, like I said, I'm not from America.
Yeah, man. I don't know if this kind of crazy is every time me and Fred interview these people, and I think y'all not paying attention when I be asking the people, because I don't really be attacking them, and I just kind of get little sly stuff in there. But for the last several months, I've been asking almost everybody about from Black History Month up to Juneteenth. I've been asking about them and what it meant to them, and what they're gonna do. But so like it's crazy that y'all saying like we should, but I have been.
Well, I'm not you have been, but I'm talking about like if you ask a person, do they know anything about it, or do they have any information about it? And then if the answer is no, and then like, okay, here, boom, here goes some information about it. This is what, you know what I mean? Like, cause you like, I like the way you ask questions, and then you be like, okay. You know what I'm saying? I just be like, word, this motherfucking DB stupid, bro. Yeah, I get you, man.
And that's the time for y'all, like as soon as y'all come in, to chime in, and I know, I know Fred don't like to ask for money over it, and I really don't like to as well, but that's the time for y'all to put just the $2 in and super chat it so they can read it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And they see 3 or 4 or 5 people saying, so forget all of this stuff that y'all talking about this right here, but like, let's get back to the Juneteenth issue that DB spoke about a second ago. You know what I mean?
So from now on, DB, you're going to be my alley-oop man, and I'm going to dunk it every time.
Right on.
I'm going to super chat every time, dunk it. Boom. You know what I'm saying?
I'll super chat something in a minute. But the point that I was making earlier, I don't necessarily disagree with Fred. I just think his approach is wrong. I don't think you should put it all on Al Haymon. I was saying I don't think these fighters really care enough to campaign for that date. Like you see a lot of Hispanic fighters and Puerto Rican fighters, and Hustler Home was saying it as well. It's just the education of what that date means to black people. I don't think enough fighters are really informed enough on how important that date is for us as black fight fans. And I believe if they did, they campaign for that. And another thing is who's going to swallow their pride to be the co-main event so we can stack that card with black fighters.
I agree with that, DJ. Like you said before, I mean, That's what I said originally. That I don't know that I think we're riding hard for that, but I don't know that the fighters are. It seems to me that most of the fighters would prefer to fight on Cinco de Mayo and September 16th, or Mexican Independence Day. So like you said, some have got to swallow their pride, or it don't even have to be that we got to stack a card ridiculously, because I mean this is about making money. But if it's this year that says, well, this year is done, so this was Charlo. So say next year, somebody like, I'll just say Wilder. Wilder says, look, man, I don't care what's going on, I'm fighting Juneteenth. The next year it's Errol Spence, so this guy, that guy, and that makes it their day. But I mean, we can't just be riding for a date and it's just us. You know what I'm saying? The fighters got to do it, and also, it's just got to make sense to the promoters, and that's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? It's not, it don't, like you said, it don't all fall on Al Heyman though, because again, like I said before, Bob Arum, all the rest of them, they could know what that date is. They didn't know anything. They're not. Last I checked, Bob Arum is not Mexican. You know what I'm saying? And but they fight for May 5th, and they move dates around and do all this stuff. So, part of I kind of feel what y'all saying about that, but then part of me is like, man, listen, I don't need a date to celebrate at all. I want fights. You know what I'm saying? And I think some of us.
Oh, well.
Hello. He got unplugged from the Matrix. Yeah, I'm gonna ask the question though. Like, I see exactly what this brother was about to say. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I forgot. Never mind. I'm doing some paperwork. So, but yeah, y'all motherfuckers, y'all been teaching me a lot of shit, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of shit. Especially like with like,
I learned a lot too.
Yeah. Hell yeah. And and Fred, the only thing with Fred though, I wanna say like, I like Fred a lot, man. I like Fred a lot. He wanted, like, I never talked down on him, but he do got like this condescending tone when he talk about Al Heyman that he don't even realize, and then he'll say something like, he'll bring credentials up. You know what I mean? Like he'll say it don't hurt, but his body language say it hurt, bro. Because I feel like if they offer to him, he'll take it.
Yeah. And with that, man, they used to say, I believe it could work out, but you got to think about it. They used to say black movies couldn't sell, and then Black Panther happened. So, let's just, we'll see next year if they try it, if they try and do it. But if they do it, we got to support it.
Since you said that, I found exactly what I was saying. So go ahead and finish your thought. You just reminded me.
Yeah, I mean, you remember that was the stigma in Hollywood for years, man. Black movies don't sell. Black leads don't just, an all-black ensemble does not sell. Look at this movie. Look at that movie. Then Black Panther happened. So the first one has to happen first before we can say, something, this idea doesn't work. How can we try this idea and it doesn't work? I believe we have to have the right fighter and we have to have the right undercard for this to work. Let's get the first one to work. And I believe next year, if people really start, we got to start around December or January at these promoters or at these fighters. Hey, can you please get, if you can you please get that Juneteenth card? Can you get that Juneteenth thing? Hey, Errol Spence. Hey, Deontay Wilder. Hey, hell, even Anthony Joshua. Come over here, fight on this Juneteenth card. Can you do that? Gary Russell. Even though I don't believe Gary Russell could sell out a stadium, it has to be, the headliner has to be somebody who they believe can sell out a stadium, not just an arena, a stadium. Like old Cinnamon just did at the Cowboy Stadium for Cinco de Mayo. It has to be somebody of that stature as a black fighter who can sell out a stadium. Errol Spence, I believe, can do it. Deontay Wilder, I know, can do it. But who else beside those guys can do it if they already have dates at that time?
Hey, Gary Russell and Tank could do it in the DMV, bro.
Hey, look, and there's another
100%.
food for thought. Hey guys, guess what? We got to fight this year on Juneteenth. You know what I'm saying? That's headlined by a brother. You know what I mean? Although the card is quote unquote trash, although the card is quote unquote trash by some people, you know what I mean? But I mean, here's an opportunity here. You know what I mean? Like here, this is an opportunity to prove that Juneteenth means something because there's a fucking boxing match that's led by a black dude on Juneteenth. Do we
I
A,
feel,
support it, or do we B, not support it because it got 7 fucking Spanish niggas on there?
I feel what you're saying, Hustler Home. But
Do
there's
we cut
Tyler
the?
Perry. There's Tyler Perry movies, and then there's Black Panther.
All right, yeah, but Tyler Perry got rich off the black dollar. Tyler Perry has an audience because some black people believe in what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? So do we cut the foot off our brother to disrespect Mexicans or Hispanics, or do we hold our brother on our shoulders? Although he is in plight with Mexicans, you know what I mean? There's a
I feel what you're saying. I feel
issue
what you're
there.
saying. I'm following you.
There's an issue there. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to disrespect my brother Charlo to stick it to you know what I mean? Like I don't get the we ain't watching this because it got this amount of Spanish guys on there. Although the freaking card is led by a brother. You know what I mean? I don't understand all that. To me, that's like you know what I'm saying? That's pro-black for nothing. You know what I mean? That's saying I love Deontay Wilder in 2018 and in 2020 is saying Tyson Fury beat the shit out of fucking Wilder. Wilder fucking, you know what I mean? Like you got those type of motherfuckers. You know what I mean? I feel like the boxing community has those type of motherfuckers, fair weather motherfuckers. You know what I mean? There's a lot of fair weather motherfuckers in boxing. You know, and I feel like this is an opportunity right here. This could be a test. Okay, Charlo, you think you the man? What if this the conversation? What if this is the reason why this card is like this? Charlo, we got 2 dates for you and your brother to share. Oh, I don't want to share a date with my brother. You know what I mean? I want to do my own card. All right, well, here go Juneteenth. Here go your own card. Make it happen. And us fans is like, he ain't fighting nobody, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we just watched 2 years of people not fighting nobody. We just did this. We watched, how many of the zone cards did we watch last year?
Right, Steve.
You know what I mean? So all of a sudden, now we hold these people to this high-ass standard when we already been watching bullshit from fucking Bob Arum. We've been watching bullshit from fucking Eddie Hearn all this time, and now we gotta disrespect our brother on Juneteenth because we're not satisfied with this card. See, I don't understand fair weather fans, bro. I'm 100% across the board, bro.
Don't get worked up.
DB, you know what? Go ahead, Santos. I'll get my question in.
Hustler. Don't get your emotions too worked up about it, because let me tell you. Remember, a few weeks ago, everybody was talking about they weren't going to watch that Arreola and Ruiz fight, but a lot of people watched it.
And man, we was watching it, and we knew it was cap. We knew it was cap.
Right. And a lot of people, real boxing fans, are going to watch the fight. They can say whatever they want to, no matter if they stream it or paying for it, however they watch it at the local BBW, what's that, Buffalo Wild Wings or whatever, BWW. It doesn't matter. They're going to watch it. But the thing is, the casuals is the fan that you're trying to lure in on these newer fights, to get, that's your newer audience. Now, we say Al is probably testing us, maybe. I think he could have tested us a little bit better by putting a little bit more black faces on that card. But that's not going to keep a guy like me from watching that card. I'm gonna watch that fight, and guess what? I'm gonna watch the Triller fight. I'm gonna watch whatever other fights come on, because I'm gonna be flipping back and forth and set my schedule how I gotta do it, because I'm a fight fan first and foremost. So that's what's gonna happen. But at the same time, we still gotta give Al a little flack. Al been knowing about this. He had to know about it. He's been knowing about this for 3 years, that fans want these fights, because I know at least 3 years the LDBC has been pushing and talking to people like Espinoza. So I know, and talking to other fighters, just like DB was saying, he asked fighters that question, and that's true. They have, and he has. However, I think the only high-profile fighter that I can remember that discussion was with on Fred's show, who wasn't live on Zoom or anything. I mean, on the in StreamYard or anything. He was on the phone. That was Deontay Wilder. I don't remember Earl having a conversation with Fred, publicly or in DB. I don't remember the Charlos. Of course, they don't come on there. But you still got to talk to whatever fighters that do come before us. We got to talk to all of them. But the high-profile fighters need to understand that now. Deontay Wilder has stated to Fred and 778 about he has expressed his want to fight on Juneteenth multiple times. His interviews about phone, but he's expressed that he recognized that day and he wants to fight on those days. And I applaud him for that. But we need more. We need more. We need it to happen. But let's not get ourselves overworked. We just got to, from this point on, we got to push, and hopefully they see. Let's just put it like that. They know the value of our dollar. You take if the black fight fans, they say black fighters don't produce dollars and cents, I guess you want to say. Well, take the black dollar out of the fight industry and tell me how much of a boxing industry you have at that point. That's going to shut down a whole lot. It's not going to just shut down the black fighters' fights. It's going to shut down the white fighters. It's going to shut down the Hispanic fighters also, because the money's going to drop off significantly. Because there's a lot of diehard true fight fans out there. I'm one of them. You guys are some of them, and there's others like us. It will hurt the industry. So they can act like they don't see the value if they want to. If we come together and decide we're not going to do it, which is going to be hard, because we're junkies and we want that high. But if we decide that we're going to go cold turkey and leave it alone, or boycott a couple of big fights, we'll get our point across, because that dollar will be missed. I promise you.
And DB, you know what this reminds me of?
What?
How the UFC used to do Demetrius Johnson.
Yeah.
Remember they used to give him his own card on free TV or on pay-per-view, but they'd make a trash card behind it, and then they'd go to him when he started asking for more money, even though he defended his title 10, 11 times. Hey, you don't sell, kid. Well, how about you put somebody in my co-main event who can help me sell this pay-per-view?
Right.
How about you stack the card behind me? So this kind of reminds me what they're doing to Jamal Charlo, even though we'll watch the fight, even though I still watch the fight because Demetrius Johnson is great. And Jamal Charlo is a great fighter. We'll still watch it to see him fight. But they did him a disservice by not putting more known fighters or better fights on behind him on this card.
Yeah, man, I just don't want to make it a point of me bashing. Listen, I know Jamal is a very cocky and arrogant fighter and person. And, in terms of the entertainment, I like that from an athlete. But on a personal level, with some of the disparaging comments that he's made about other black fighters and other people, about Demetrius Andrade, about Tank Davis, about Deontay Wilder, Adrian Broner. Yeah, like he wasn't he the one that said he slapped Blue Blood, or was that his brother? Yeah, that was him. Yeah, that was him. Yeah, but so but anyhow, like he's done some questionable things, some extremely questionable things. And as I was mentioning earlier on the show, some of these guys don't want to be a co-main event. I don't know if you remember, one of him or his brother said that they don't want to be on Adrian Broner's card anymore. They didn't want to be on the undercard. I'm a main event fighter. Why am I fight? Why am I fighting under Broner's card? This is like my third or fourth time fighting on Adrian Broner undercard. Well, I mean, these are the things though. It's not like all of these fighters are already readily available, have opponents, and like these guys want to fight. Luckily Al Heyman makes sure these guys get paid handsomely and these guys are able to live comfortably. And I think sometimes maybe these guys are getting a bit too comfortable because they don't have that same hunger and that same drive to want to get out there and fight 4 or 5 times a year. When they were in the amateurs and they were fighting 4 or 5 times in a month. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think that sometimes they don't have that same drive and they're like, Juneteenth is coming up, but you know what? I still got 3.2 million in the bank. Got me some weird looking exotic chick. Got me a big house. I live in the country. My house is big as the Target and a Walmart. Got me a couple of fast cars. So yeah, I'm good. And I think that's like kind of the approach that a lot of these boxers are taking now. Our fighters are taking right now, and it's all about what car they got and what kind of clothes that they got on. And the fighters are the ones that, and I keep mentioning this a lot, the fighters are the ones that we have to put a lot of this blame on. I've seen plenty of dudes, and I mentioned to you guys before, I've seen plenty of dudes getting ready to go out in competition, and they like, fight number 3, get ready for your walkout. And the dude like, no, I don't want to go. I done seen it before, like 6 or 7 different times. You know what I mean? I've seen it in Arizona. I've seen it in California. I've seen it in Las Vegas. I've seen it in the San Francisco area. I done seen fighters that don't want to go out and nobody else don't know why. You know what I'm saying? They won't tell you nothing else. They'll probably just say that they got injured or say that somebody pulled out or whatever. But I done seen it with my own 2 eyes. These fighters bitch out and don't want to get out there. And these are pro fighters. So we can't look at everybody and go, yeah, all these fighters are warriors. I can't call no guy that steps out in that ring a warrior. He's a soldier. Like, no, these guys be straight pussycats a lot of times. And they fight because it's just second nature to them. They've been doing it since they was 3, 4, 5 years old. But anyway, my whole rant is to say that we got to put something on these fighters, I wonder if Gary Russell Jr. is available and was willing and able to be on that card and also being the undercard to somebody. I wonder if Adrian Broner was ready, willing, and available to fight on that card and willing to be on undercard. I wonder if Jermell Charlo was ready, willing, and able and could get a deal done in time to be on that undercard. I think the only 2 people that probably just don't qualify to be on the undercard would maybe be Errol Spence Jr. and Deontay Wilder. All the other guys, I think they should take a backseat to the elder statesman or to the person who's drawing in the money and take those fights. But I guess it just doesn't make sense to.
You can throw Tank Davis in there too. There's no way Floyd and Big Head Ellaby are going to let him be an undercard fighter.
Right.
I don't think I think when it comes down to those twins, I think they would be willing to get on a card under Spence or Wilder, knowing what they draw in and knowing what they haven't drawn in themselves. When it comes down to Gervonta, I think that's all about Floyd and Ellaby. I don't think it's so much a Tank. Tank, he's getting the big head. He wants to be the main event, but at the same time, I think he'll take a backseat to a fighter that he knows is a bigger draw than him. I think they all would, because they're still going to get a payday, and if it's a significant date, and if it's promoted properly, and it's going to draw in, the likes of celebrities and things of that nature, I think these guys would be willing to be on those cards because they know it could do some. It do much more for their career than less.
And that's a lot of stipulation.
Huh? Go ahead.
I really don't think, in my opinion, man, I really don't think it would take like card with 2 stars like Errol Spence and Deontay Wilder. I feel like you can probably put, this is my theory about the twins. They won't be co-main event or an undercard to somebody that they feel like that's equal or lesser than them.
Right.
You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I don't see them saying, nah, I ain't trying to be no undercard to no Wilder. That's crazy. If that's what it is, it's crazy. But I feel
Right.
like it should be like me, and this would be the card, ideal card for me, without having no opponents. You know what I'm saying? Just naming the black faces I would like to see on the card. You know what I'm saying? Wilder would be the main event. You know what I mean? Jermell Charlo would probably it'd be the what is the emeritus? What is the one right before the main event? The match before the main event.
Co-main event.
Well, let's call it a co-main event without it being the co-main event. And then just have up-and-comers, man. You got fucking Ennis. You ain't gotta have a stacked card. Just had a star, had a up-and-coming, have a nigga like what's that dude named Cool Boy Steph? You know what I mean? There's a bunch of guys that haven't made enough bread to be poking their chest out but have enough name to be like, wow, this nigga is the third fight before the damn main event. I'm watching this. It could be a fight with it could be Wilder at the main, then Charlo, and then Cool Boy Steph. You know what I mean? Or Jerron Boots Ennis, or Sean Porter. There's a lot of names out there that's not. See, we thinking like the ultimate card with fucking Tank Davis, the Charlo twins, Deontay Wilder. We're thinking about a $300 fucking pay-per-view card here. Like, and I pay for it, you know what I mean?
You're right, man. You're right.
And that's probably what it would be too, about $300.
Yeah. And what all we need is an effective, exciting fight card. We don't have to have the big names on every last one. He's right. And on the Latino cards, if you think about it, that's the way they do it. You got your headliner, and then you got guys that may not, they're up and coming or they're in the midst of their rise, but they're not all the way at the top,
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where you're right. That's the format, man.
Because
they all have they all have a budget that they got to stay within. So
most definitely. What's the brother name that got knocked out by Charlo that's on the rise again? The dark skinned brother with the be wearing a headband.
Lubin.
Erickson Lubin. Put him in the middle.
I was about to say Tony Harrison.
Him too. Any card that got Tony Harrison and Lubin in the middle of it is good enough for them to be in the middle of the card. I'm with it, nigga. I'm with it. I mean that main event is fire. If they in the middle of the card, I'm on it. That means some fire at the end of the fight, at the end of the card.
Well, like some other people said, though, it's about whether the fighters want to do it, and
exactly right.
we can't put that all on, the promoter or anything like that. Now, what we like to see more faces, and we got to be realistic with the card. Sure, if Charlo's fighting, I think about guys like Rais Salim, who's waiting on the date. There's some other guys. So, we can want that, but the fighters have to want it, and even on top of that, it's got to be realistic because, this is about making money, like was said. But we also got to think about Al is advising these guys on where they can make the most money. And honestly, traditionally in boxing, especially this year, we're coming off of a pandemic, which, people look at, look what Canelo did. Well, you got to think about what actually drove that. Okay, we're coming off a pandemic. You're going into the summer months when people are going on vacations and things like that. So traditionally, pay-per-view cards during the summer months don't sell well. Everybody wants to sell during the time where people would be more at home, not on vacation and things like that. So you got to look at all that. Al may have advised him like, look, you're not going to make as much money during this time as another time. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I look at Cool Boy Steph. He's not fighting now, but they've already set up that fight for this weekend for him on September 11th. That becomes a big thing that they can build to. So, we got to look at all the factors when it comes to that. We want the dream card, sure, but again, it's up to the fighters, and the promoter. He does his thing. My only thing I'll say is that a little bit of what may seem to be a mistake, which is kind of making people mad, is that on their own banner promoted, they said it's a Juneteenth celebration. And then when people look at that and they see only one black fighter, they get caught up in the Juneteenth celebration. And we got to give them a chance. We don't know. I mean, we talk about how Hearn just did the big ring entrance and all for Canelo and how he did that. Hey, maybe Alvin have something planned for Charlo that's going to be a great ring entrance, introducing Juneteenth, putting it out there to everybody, and then, maybe people look at it and be like, man, next year I got to be there for that card, or man, somebody else got to get on there. We don't know. We just got to give it a chance. But, fight fans, we're going to watch the fights.
Is the pay-per-view?
No.
Oh, everybody watching that.
The
Oh, my
Alvarez
goodness.
fight wasn't pay-per-view. It was a DAZN fight. But
Yeah,
I
only pay-per-view
realize what
fight
you're saying.
coming up. Only pay-per-view fight coming up is Tank and Barrios.
Mark my word, tonight, I don't give a fuck about what nobody's saying, bro. When this fight, the Sunday after this Charlo card, every single body that talks boxing is going to talk this fight. I don't give a shit what nobody sitting here claiming this a ass card, blah, 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 blah. You're fucking capping, bro. You're gonna watch it, my nigga. So it ain't even like, like that's the thing that kills me, man. It kills me. And just like me and Santos talked a couple days before the Ruiz fight, it was like 7 o'clock Eastern time. No, it was like 8 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. We talked about this. And we came to the conclusion that these people were capping. Like, these niggas really talk shit about the Andy Ruiz card as if they wasn't gonna watch it. And every single channel watched it. So what are we talking? What are the motherfuckers talking for? What are they talking? Why are people sitting here bitching about? I get it. This is what I be telling my wife when she get into a little spat. Oh, you ain't changed a bit. You the same nigga. Yada 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 yada. Listen, lady. listen. You love it. Why you ain't left yet? You love me. You love what I provide. You love the nigga that you first met that I ain't changed. If you didn't love me, then why you still here then? So stop. We gotta stop this bigger. If we ain't gonna take no action, bro, we gotta stop crying about it, bro. Gotta stop crying about it. Cause niggas not gonna take no action, bro. All the action is capped. Every single channel. I ain't watching it. Okay. We're gonna see what you talk about Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see what you talk about. It's only a handful of people that don't be like, I ain't watching that, and don't watch it. Whether you steal it or you pay for it, you still gonna use something that's more valuable than any amount of dollar, and that's time. You're gonna use your time to watch it, right? You might as well spend the bread. If you gonna use your time, why is money more valuable to people than time? Oh, I ain't gonna pay for it, but you're gonna spend your time. You're gonna take you're gonna take your attention away from your children. You're gonna take your attention away from your wife. You're gonna take your attention away from your life to view this card that you possibly stole. Like, this shit don't make no sense to me, bro. Don't make no sense, man. Niggas don't make no sense to me. That's why I stopped making boxing videos. Cause motherfucker, like, it doesn't make sense, bro. I ain't paying attention to shit I don't like. And right now, I don't like boxing. I like y'all. That's why I'm talking to y'all. I like y'all motherfuckers on this damn panel, every single one of y'all. That's why I'm up here talking to y'all. But goddamn, bro, like, we got as a community, bro, we gotta fucking it ain't about staying on code. It's about we all gotta move our money in a unit, as a unit. If we on this if we on this Juneteenth, we on this Black First, we gotta make sure we support the black. Niggas talk about shitting on Charlo. Niggas talking about shitting on the brother. And then you got niggas, and then it always come back to me, it always come back to Deontay Wilder, because he is the person that's been showing us how a black man is supposed to fucking be in public, and they always goddamn shit on him. Motherfuckers would be like, oh, he fired a black man, but he hired another black man though. Nobody don't say that. They don't say nothing about that. They don't say that. They just expected him to fire the white dude. That's what they expected to do. They expected that nigga Deontay Wilder to fire JD's. That's what they expected him to do. They ain't even think about the nigga investigated this. First of all, he don't need no reason to fire goddamn Mark Breland. I remember plain as day in 2018 and 19, people was calling for Deontay Wilder's coaches and trainers' head. I remember this. He need to change trainers. He ain't got this. He ain't got that. He can't do this. He can't do that. He fired fucking Breland. Oh, he fired the brother. Oh, this nigga, he's supposed to be Black Lives Matter. He fired the brother. Like, but nigga, he fucking hired another brother, though. So we supposed to just ignore that. We supposed to just ignore all the facts. We supposed to just take in some of the facts. That's that shit motherfuckers be picking and choosing their battles and shit. And the truth be right there in their face. Like you ain't even keeping it a buck. You only keeping it a buck when you getting extra certain people coming to your channel. Now you getting, you know what I mean? I feel like some people just be on some sucker shit when they be talking black this, black that, black this, black that. Soon as they open their mouth about something else, they get a couple more other fans. Now it's like, now we got to talk about this. Oh, now we got to fucking talk down on black people and shit. That shit weird, bro. That shit weird, man. And there's a couple motherfuckers that I used to respect that's on the exact shit that I'm talking right now. That's one of the reasons.
Well, home, you gotta look at it. You look at it like this, bro. Fan is short for fanatic, ain't it? And sometimes fanatics can be delusional when it comes to stuff, man. You
That's
know.
Right. Those are all facts, big dog. Those are all facts. I just ran it too, bro. I just ran it on y'all niggas. That shit crazy. I got a lot of shit going on, man, in this boxing shit. You know what I mean? Like, I got a lot of emotions going on, especially like with my son and shit. And like this shit is just like life is fucking with me, bro. And then like the boxing shit, you know what I'm saying? Something I really fucking love, bro. And to hear people just to be, you know what I mean? Just shit on the brothers and shit. Like nigga, how you shitting on the brother though? Like you talking about we need to protest this fight, nigga. We got the fight on June fucking 10th, B. We got it. Headline by brother. Fuck the first of all, most niggas ain't watching the undercard anyway. It's a handful of
it's good. It's good, bro. It's good. I mean, you cooking, man. You know, it's to me, that's what happens. When life happens, you know what I'm saying, and stuff in life, it really helps you see how much this stuff really don't matter, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to take joy in whatever we can, and the rest of it, if it's aggravating, step away from it. And if it's not, if you enjoy it, if you find joy in it, then you do it. I mean, and the rest of it is just entertainment because, you know, life is what matters. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, when stuff like that happens, it just kind of lets you know what really matters. If they fight or have a Juneteenth card, if they don't, that ain't putting no more money in either one of our pockets. So it is what it is, you know?
That's true.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. That's real. And I mean, them motherfuckers carrying the shit like they had me thinking that this shit was a pay-per-view the whole time. Like, hey, man, you definitely gonna watch that shit, bro. That shit is a free fight. You definitely gonna be watching it. You definitely gonna be supporting it. Stop fucking all this fucking bullshit ass cap, my nigga. Like, you just sitting here lying. That's what you doing. You lying. Niggas be lying. Like, don't be lying. Like, nigga, just say you gonna watch the shit, bro. You gonna support it. Just say you don't like it.
Right.
You know what I mean? I support shit on like all the time. I got a house full of Bath and Body Works. You know what I'm saying?
I support Bath and Body Works.
Yeah.
My wife buy it, I use it.
All the girls in my house smell like a dang old the Bath and Body Works store when you go in there.
Hey, Santos, we already know you support it. We heard you slip up and call Buffalo Wild Wings BBW, bro.
Yeah, BBW. I sure did. Man, I've been struggling with the acronym there for about 8 years, man. That's for real.
Oh man.
Yeah, but that
I
man,
was like, bro, they got a place called BBW where they sell wings at. I gotta catch that
man,
part.
I'm telling you, and wings and women.
Hell yeah. Hey, at BBW, what the waitresses look like? You know what I mean? Yo.
They big.
We might got a restaurant chain going on, y'all.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But the W for wings instead of women. You feel me?
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Man, I'm about to go back in here though. I appreciate y'all motherfuckers. Y'all, I just blew off a lot of steam. But yeah, this boxing stuff, man, we gotta keep it real with ourselves, man. We gotta keep it real. We definitely gotta keep it real with ourselves, man. And we at the same time we do have to demand. We do gotta make these demands, but first we got to let the fighters know, like, nigga, we gonna support these dates, bro. Like, we gotta let the brothers is getting in the ring, risking their life know. Like, if you fight on this date, we support you. Like the Mexicans, you think for 1 second that they just was like, you know what? Let's have a fight on May the 5th and see if it worked. And it worked. It was just extravagant. The first May 5th card was just extravagant Mexican extravaganza. I'm not gonna sit here and say it was that. You know what I mean? Like, man, we gotta watch. We gotta celebrate Charlo beating up the Spanish brother, bro. We gotta celebrate that. Just to let them know, just to let Al Heyman them know that date is ours. We got to take that date, but niggas ain't gonna do that though. They want the handout instead of just putting their money where their mouth is. They want, hey, give us this, give us that, nigga. Put your money where your mouth is. Prove to Al Heyman, prove to the PVC on June 19th this year that this fight card is, oh shit, the money went up because Charlo last pay-per-view ain't really do that good. What if the viewership has to do well? We have to fucking support this fight on Juneteenth. This will prove that the date is valuable. But people don't want to look at it like that. People want to look at it like, oh, I ain't getting this, I ain't getting that. My food cold. Take it back. Well, bitch, put the food in the microwave.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me, bro. I just got a different way of thinking about shit, man. I grew up with nothing. So when I get a little bit of something, I'm happy. You feel me?
Amen.
And it ain't something that I never got rid of. I find a fucking quarter on the floor, I'm happy. I got good luck for the rest of the day. You know what I'm saying?
I still get excited like a little kid to this day.
Hell yeah, let me wash my clothes and I find a dub in my own pocket. You know what I mean? I want that. Good luck. Yeah, niggas just too spoiled, man. Niggas just too spoiled, and they looking for a motherfucker to just give them shit, bro. That shit is a nerve. That shit get on my nerves. And some niggas want niggas to give them shit, and then had the nerve to be like, "Oh, Democrats this and Democrats that." Like what? Like what? Are you?
See,
what?
I'm gonna tell you. A big part of what we do as a people, man, which is sad. We shouldn't do this, but a big part of what we do. I'm using us as the boxing community.
Yeah.
We will get out there and when we don't like something about boxing, when it ain't a big deal, but we'll make it a big deal. We'll complain about it because we are accustomed to complaining.
Yep.
We'll complain about it, and then we'll try to influence people to follow our lead and be as one and complain with us because misery loves company. Even though if you are a passionate, real, true boxing fan or fanatic, if you have a boxing channel and you're consistently putting content out there, you can tell me whatever you want to tell me. I'm gonna sit there and tell you I'm watching the fight. I know it ain't a great fight, but I'm watching because I love boxing. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to change the influence that you're putting out there at that moment. I'm about telling the truth about what I'm planning to do because I know you're gonna do it because you think too much like me when it comes down to the sport. So I know you're gonna do it.
And I know you're gonna watch it. So why are you talking?
All right. So with guys like us, we're not afraid to speak the truth about what our actions are going to be. We just got to put that out there and combat what the other person is saying. We don't have to do it in a combative way, like I'm gonna combat what he says or I'm gonna dispute what he said. We just say what we feel and as far as what we plan to do. Now you know how we did a hustle. You know, we talking about the last week, man. I never said, man, unlike you, or man, I ain't thinking about what you. I just said I'm watching. Shoot, I think it's gonna be a good fight. I'm watching.
That's the thing, man. We don't have to worry about winning. Yeah, right. We don't have to worry about winning, man. And right. Honestly, how many times has the big name or the big fight that everybody's building up to, how many times is that fight trash and the fight on the undercard that did nobody know about actually end up being like fight of the year or the better fights? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I'd rather see two hungry cats fight instead of like what DB was saying. These guys, you know, when they get comfortable, sometimes they fight like they comfortable too. And I'm sitting here like, bro, my little 10-year-old son would have done better than that. Like, come on, now.
Exactly. And see, you know, and the other thing is, we as boxing fans, we all know this. There are fights that get your juices flowing where you are so into it, you moving and punching, don't even realize it, you know. But then there's other fights that are just pure entertainment. You know, for the sport, you as a fighting fan, a fan of the sport, you basically you're getting you what they say when a junk is looking for something to get high with that he loves, you're getting that fix.
Getting that fix.
Yeah. So, you know, you might not be into the fight as much as you would be a bigger fight, but you're getting that fix.
Right.
But
as a boxing fan, that's what happens. As a boxing fan, that's what happens, because how often can we say that the best actually do fight the best? We sit there and we wait on it. We build these fights up. But honestly, most of the time, I mean, that's why MMA, you know, even when they talk about MMA, now I'm not really into MMA like that, but it seems to me that it's always the number one and number two guy fighting each other, or the best guy, you know, the top of the division. Boxing, they carefully match make. Think about it. Somebody's made as a matchmaker. That's just to put you in the right position to make you look good. But as far as a real challenge, how many times do we actually see that? Yeah, we keep coming back, and we'll complain about it, but we'll keep coming back. And like you said, sometimes it's just like we like to whine and complain just to do it, you know. And at the end of the day, you see it in the chat. People, you go on and drown the situation out, do 4 and 5 hour shows, and then the answer that people ask in the chat, well, what's the solution? And nobody's come up with a solution. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because it just is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, you're 100% spot on about that, man. I'll tell you, you know, it's just people have gotten so accustomed to going back and forth and either leading the pack in a negative way or a positive way on out here in the YouTube world, or they've gotten to the point of going about the everyday content, bashing other platforms or bashing other fighters and stuff like that, or the other promotions and things of that nature. Now we all agree that some promotions we favor more than others. Some fighters we favor more than others. But at the end of the day, we are still fight fans and we're still watching boxing. And, you know, if we weren't, we wouldn't have anything to complain about. You know, we couldn't say what we dislike or what we like, because we don't know if you're not watching. But when you got something to say about it after the fight is taking place, that means you must have watched it. You know, so and I mean, a true fight fan is going to watch a boxing match, point blank and period. A true MMA fan is going to watch the MMA fight, point blank, period. And that's why
right about that. Listen to y'all talk about MMA. I did the same thing, bro. Listen to you guys talk about it. I went and bought that Ngannou card or the Usman card. I went and spent hard-earned money, not really even being a fan, but listening to you guys talk. You talked it up, and that was a great card. Now, am I gonna follow every UFC fight? Maybe, maybe not. But you know what? If you know, we spend money all the time on stuff that don't turn out right. How many times you buy food and it's like, man, they didn't cook this right. But hey, you spent your money, man. I mean,
exactly. Yeah, we do what we do when we think no one's looking at us. You know what I'm saying? And I would tell you, man, that's why I don't let myself get caught up as much as some people do. Not saying that everybody does, but I don't let myself. I've always been the type of guy, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I don't follow any leads. I follow my own, beat. And if I find some like-minded people, then I kind of herd with them. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, if that herd says they're not gonna do this, and I know I normally would have done this, if I didn't know them, I'm gonna do what I normally would have done without the support of others, because that's just who I am, and I'm gonna stay true to me. So I'm not. You'll never hear me saying I ain't watching that fight, man. Come on, man. If a fight come on, I might not like the idea of a fight, the matchup or whatever, and I'll speak on it, but I ain't gonna. You'll never hear me say I'm not gonna watch it, because I'm watching.
Hey,
I love fight that much.
How good did that Ruiz versus Areola card end up being, though? Yeah,
It was great. It was good.
Yeah.
It was as good as I thought it would be. Yeah, it was as good as I thought it would be, man. And man, we all know that when it come down to Latino fighters, man, somebody gonna bleed. Somebody gonna get knocked out.
That's
So
right.
I'm watching, and that's why they got a strong following now, because in fact they come with that action, man.
Yeah. My thing is, like what you're saying, man, and that's why, see, for a while there, I said this to Fred, and I've said this before, I used to have a media credential myself, man, and I went hard at Bob Arum and Steve Kim. They got me basically kicked off, lost my media credential, but I was real heavy invested into the sport, and trying to do all this stuff, and I actually got burnt out from that other side of boxing. I did amateur, and I saw how that was, and then, the behind the scenes, I actually got burnt out. So for a while there, I just kind of stepped away from it, but you know what I figured out? Man, my life didn't end. I'm still here. So I come back. I'm still a fan of the sport. I watched fights from before I was even born, but hey, it is what it is. These guys, and I like what Fred says. At the end of the day, they don't really care. And so why should I? If you're on TV, entertain me. If not, other than that, this is their life. I don't have any control over that. I don't want to be in control of nobody else's life but my own. You know what I mean? So either you're gonna fight, and if you don't want to watch the fight, then don't do it. But I'm not gonna knock you for doing it or try to discourage you from doing it. I don't need you to validate my what I choose to do. So if I choose to, stream TV Azteca and watch some no-name guy in Mexico fight. Like, when I first heard about Canelo, he only had 5 or 6 fights. I watched those fights way back when, before he even started coming up here. You know what I'm saying? So, and all of us, if we real fight fans, we'll watch guys who we can't even pronounce their name somewhere, and we may never see them again, but we just like to watch a fight. If it's a fight on the street corner, I'm going to pull up and I'm going to stop. If they fight, I'm going to watch the fight. You know what I'm saying?
I was about to speak on that. Because, hey, look here. If it's dogs or cats fighting and we don't have anything else to do, a fight fan ain't going to watch it. I promise you.
Exactly.
Because it's a fight.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
when I first moved to Georgia, man, from New York, stay with my grandma. My grandma had chickens, and I was like, man, nobody want to be out here. But I found out them jokers fight. Oh, I was all in, bro.
Right. And that's amazing, because every fight fan I know of is pretty much like I am. So that's why when these guys are capping talking they ain't gonna watch the fight, man, it don't disturb me, because I know you're gonna watch it. Unless you're busy doing something else that you can't get out of. Man, let me tell you something. I'm this type of fight fan. My wife has to wait till the fight is over if she wants to get business. And my wife don't give me much at all. But I still want to watch the fight first. Even though I know I need some. And I want some. But I'm watching the fight first. Because that's who I am. That's who I was before me and her got together. And every female I've ever dated know that's who I am. I got females from years ago that I dated. Yeah, you hear about that boxing match? And say, I know you heard about it. You ain't said nothing about it. Me and you don't talk like that, but at the same, we don't hear from each other at all, But at the same time, you know good and well I don't watch it if I didn't have something else going on. But if I had something else going on, I missed it, then I speak on it, But yeah, I'm watching the fight. It's part of who I am.
Exactly.
Hey, I was on I forget who had the channel. What channel I was watching? I watch Bertie McGirt versus Brown. One of the championship welterweight fights that I never got a chance to see. I think they was welterweights that I never grew up to see. Bro, Bertie McGirt had hands.
Oh yeah. McGirt was the truth, man. He couldn't do nothing with Pernell, but yeah, he was a bad boy.
Yeah.
He's getting white boys hell. He was getting white boys hell back in the day too. That was in his weight division.
That's something man, hands.
Hey, he was a whole different looking person, wasn't
he? Hell yeah, I ain't even recognize. Like he don't look like it. Yo. That's crazy, man.
It's amazing how he swelled up like he is, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, Buddy McGirt, he was always a good fighter, man. So it was no surprise to me that he was that he became a great trainer.
Yeah.
So that brother, he was good, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch some more old fights today. What fights, y'all? What fights should I watch? Just like from like the '80s.
Any of them. I mean, most of the fights I watch now. Some Latino fights is worth watching. I didn't watch as many of those back during that time live as I did watching my brother's fight. But get some of them Latino fights, man.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The only Latino fight I know from back in the day is Duran. I don't see most of Duran televised.
Check on Sanchez. What's his name? Sanchez. Sanchez something. I can't think of his name.
Talking about Salvador Sanchez.
Salvador Sanchez.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, check on him. Bad boy.
And
one of the greatest fights ever.
About that guy that Floyd Mayweather was always used to talk about, Gennaro Hernandez. He was pretty good too.
Yeah. Man, just I don't know if you can Google Latino fighters from the 80s, 70s, and 80s or what, but any of them, man, you guys off the hook, man.
Yeah, because I'm like you. I grew up watching mugs like god dang on all the brothers, because that's what that's ironic because that's what was selling. You know what I mean?
You know why?
I don't know.
We watched them back then because the generations before us, that's what they supported. They supported the fighters back then.
Yeah, I remember,
unlike today.
Yeah, I remember fighters like Winky Wright, Paul Spadafora, Angel Manfredi. That's who I grew up watching those guys. Floyd Mayweather. Who was that guy that Winky Wright kept having a rivalry with? Not Shane Mosley. He had a
rivalry with.
He used to fight on Friday Night Fights all the time, like 3 times. He fought him up.
He used to have a hard time getting fights with Winky Wright because he was so good. A lot of people didn't want to fight him.
His damn defense.
Who was it?
It was I forget his name. I'm gonna see if anybody know in the comments.
I can't even remember.
No.
I know.
You said who Winky had trouble with?
Yeah, he had a rivalry. Had a rivalry with him.
I see his face, but I just don't remember his name, bro.
You're not talking about that fight with Jermaine Taylor, are you?
Jermaine Taylor.
That's what I want. Oh, so you were talking about Jermaine. I was gonna say Jermaine, but I didn't know they. I thought they only fought like once.
Maybe that's just a fight that I remember. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah. And my dad was such a big Prince Nassim fan. I got 2 siblings named after him.
You got 2 siblings that did what?
I got 2 siblings named after Prince Nassim Hamed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my brother name is Nassim. My sister name is Princess.
Okay.
That shit is dope.
Awesome, man. So your dad was a big fight fan too, huh?
My brother's middle name is Durant from
Durant.
Yeah, from Durant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So goddamn, my dad named us all after boxers. I didn't get the boxer name. I was named after an artist, but that's it. I like as soon as we got to America, like that's the first thing like we used to do. Like my granddad, this nigga like he loved boxing. Like my family is so crazy. Like when Mike Tyson lost to Buster Douglas, we like my family mourned like a nigga died in my house. Like motherfucker, like it was a funeral. Like that is crazy.
See, it's a funny thing mentioning when we talk about community. That Mike Tyson Buster Douglas fight, I watched that in the barbershop with my dad as a little kid, man. The barbershop in our area, they just went in on the fight and everybody just came to the shop. The ladies, you know, they cooked for everybody. And we just stayed in the shop that whole evening and watched none but Mike Tyson highlights up until that fight, man. Like I miss stuff like that, you know?
Hello. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I had to take a call from my wife. I don't got so used to being on these formats. That's how passionate she normally calls me, and I keep forgetting she's going to. But I be getting mad, man, because I don't want to stop listening or talking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
But I don't know where that comes from. But yeah, man, my thing is we just got to stop bickering amongst ourselves as fight fans, man. It ain't worth it. Everybody get their emotions all wrapped up, tied up, cussing each other out, threatening each other. Ain't nobody gonna bust a grape. Ain't nobody get me a fly or drive across country just to go prove their manhood, man. It don't even make sense.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
About something that ain't putting no money in your pocket. Come on now.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes people be, they be trying to be right, and I won the argument because I'm right. But at the end of the day, you wanted to see the fight, and I wanted to see the fight, and the fight didn't happen. So nobody won. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We all lost.
Exactly.
I almost believe that sometimes this boxing is like some of these females, man. If you give them so much attention, they like kind of take it for granted, but you kind of step away, like, you know what? I don't care that he said he wants to fight this guy. And when you worry about it, all of a sudden the fight gets made. When they're doing all that talking, nothing, they just talking. But when they get quiet, all of a sudden fights get made,
That's it. And the crazy thing about it, man, you got people that literally jump around from panel to panel looking for arguments about boxing.
I don't understand the trolls, man. I don't understand.
I jump around to listen about the fight game and find out what I missed because I didn't, I've been busy and they probably got some news I don't have. That's what I thought it was about. But until last year I found out, and I've been following probably, I'm gonna say consistently since 2017 online, and I mean like nonstop. And shoot, man, I'm always working, and I don't have time to always jump on these sites and read, Plus, I'm lazy about read, but it's something I love. I read it. Like if I got time to sit still and something about boxing, I'll read it. But I don't have a lot of time like that, so it's a little more exciting listening to people communicate about the sport that I love the most online, live, or just on videos, And then when I get out here and find out folks out here beefing and arguing and want to fight each other. And they ain't gonna, I mean, it's just crazy. I'm like, man, what is going on? And then you have to realize a lot of these folks that do that, they're young and immature, man. The mature crowd don't even get down like that. You know, they might have a quick debate and it's over, and they cool next minute. The younger ones, they talking about what they're gonna do to each other when they run up on each other. Where I'm from, you're doing all that kind of talking, and you ain't caring about who hears what you say. When you know, you know, a text message or a recorded conversation is like a transcript. A real killer ain't get ready to broadcast all the information. They just gonna do some killing.
That's right.
Keep it moving. You
That's
know what I'm
right.
saying? So I know half of them ain't gonna bust a grape, man, but they is talking. But at the same time, you know, these platforms are not for you to come out here and prove how tough you are. These platforms are out here for us to talk about what we love.
Yeah.
You know, and then everybody get all just worked up for nothing, and it's crazy. That's why I got.
Yeah, you actually hurt your credibility and silence your voice, so to speak, as far as being able to make a difference on anything when you're doing all that. Because I mean, it's no doubt, and I I hate to keep going back to it, but like when you listen to Fred, I've heard guys on ESPN quote something that came from Fred. You see what I'm saying? They listen, you know, and so this is real boxing media. I mean, you get most of your information from Blue Blood and Fred and these guys like this. This is real boxing media because ESPN ain't giving you that, and what they're giving you is not the truth. So I'm with you, man. I'm not going to take my time to go, just like going to a movie and paying for the movie to sit in there and like tear down the movie. And if you ain't want to be here, don't be there. I don't do stuff that aggravates me. You know what I'm saying? And so,
right.
I go places where I'm a fan of, but there are some channels, they don't want us there, and they want to do all this, and I'll tune out quick, man. I don't go nowhere I'm not supposed to be. I'm not the type to be riding through somebody else's hood. I'm gonna prove how bad I'm gonna go through this hood. Well, nah, man. Right. If I ain't supposed to be there, I'm good, bro. I don't have to prove that. I'm
gonna tell you, man. They got me caught up one night, man. I went over to this platform. I won't mention their name, and I never will. I don't want to give them no shine. You know what I'm saying? But I went to this one platform, man. And before I went there, I thought the dude was a stand-up person. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I went over there, man. They was bashing the LDBC, the PBC, Deontay Wilder, and most of all, the fans of Deontay Wilder. I don't like getting caught up in that conversation anyway, but at the same time, I don't like to hear lies. I like to, try to straighten the situation, put the truth in place is what I try to do, and try to bring peace and harmony amongst the fans. It's what I live for. But when it comes down to the sport I love, I like to speak. I like to hear the truth. We all are biased to a certain extent at times, but at the same time, there's a time and place for biases, and there's a time and place where you're supposed to speak the love of the sport. So, anyway, I was having an engaging conversation with a couple of people. And they were ganging up on me, and I call myself hold my own because I'm trying to speak from the truth. This, that, and the third. And then I try to get this. I had one of them speak to me, and I listened to him, and I tried to respond. And the fool, no, you be quiet. I'm gonna say what I got. This is my platform. No, you be quiet. You ain't got. I'm gonna meet you. You need to get your own platform. I said, man, bump your platform, man. I ain't got to be. You know what I'm saying? Piss me off. You know what I'm saying? But then I said, man, why you even let them get you to that point? You know what I'm saying? I said, you've been speaking against all that, and let them get you to that point. I said, man, now if I do check that platform out, it'll be behind the scenes, just listening, no chatting, no streaming. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna let somebody get me like that again. And so I just don't. I mentioned that person again, but the person I was conversing with at the time, they were cool. And we still cool to this day. You know what I'm saying? I chopped up with that person, let them know I wasn't trying to, be the way they were saying I was trying to be. I said, you and I, we've spoke about this before with one another. And I said, I'm just speaking my piece about it. I'm just trying to speak the truth as I know it. you know. And that person, oh no, you know, it's all love. You know, we good. You know, that's what I was trying to make sure we good, you know. But yeah, man, because when I got off the platform, because he muted me. When he muted, I just went on left. When I got off of it, they wearing my butt out, man, talking about me bad. Then I come over here to Kayo's platform, and because that's what I was doing, killing some time till Kyle was ready to kick it in. I come over to Cal's platform. We chopping it up all night long. Next thing you know, man, the next morning, we still online, and them trolls came over to Cal's platform.
I remember that day.
You know what? Okay,
Yeah.
so you know what I'm
Yeah, I
talking
do.
about.
I remember that day.
Yeah,
It
I
was
thought you
probably
about
about
that.
6 o'clock in the
Man,
morning. They
yeah,
came
man.
through, man. Like,
What's that nonsense,
I'm in here
man?
with a wrench, man, I'm like deleting messages. I'm like, bro,
Fight.
this a
You
job here, man.
fighting hard, bro.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, man. I said these folks, they just go around just looking for
Because that's what we was like, man, sent us went over somewhere and stirred up a bee's nest, bro.
Yeah, man. I said, man, they don't follow me over here, man. That's that. No, I said they follow me around, man. It was crazy, man. It's crazy. But you know, that's how they do, man. But guess what? I've never let that happen again, man. You hear me out here talking. I get in I converse back and forth in a little minor debate with somebody about the fight, especially if I don't think they're speaking the truth, or if I disagree with what they're saying, and I feel like they're trying to make the whole of everybody believe what they're saying is right when I know factually it's not. I tend to speak on, but I don't tend to speak on in a way that I'm trying to be in a division with you as a person, or I mean as a fan of the sport or whatever. You know, I'm trying to just speak, you know, just so we don't cloud these minds out here with the wrong information. You know what I'm saying? And then when I am being biased myself, or it's just strictly my opinion about something, I state that. I say, well, I'm about to be biased at this moment, or this is my opinion. You know, other than that, I try to keep it, you know, factual. But you know, a lot of this stuff ain't necessary, and it's just people they just I don't know, man. Some people feel like it's just their passion to star stuff. You know what I mean? And I just don't get off on that, man, because I want to talk about boxing. And I want it to be, for the most part, peaceful. I don't want to hear about people calling each other B's and MFs and HOEs and I'll do this to you. You come to my hood, I'll do that to you and all that. Man, come on, that you know they don't turn they don't turn the platforms in the hoods. You know that. They hoods now.
You're right. You're right.
Crazy, man.
You're right. They tough on the corner of their keyboard. That's what that is.
Right. That part.
Yeah, I'm like, man, come on. And the funny thing about it is why I laugh at some of the trolls, because they get on and they be doing. You realize that you're actually helping somebody else's channel, because I mean that's views and hours spent on it. I mean, even if it's a thumbs down, you know, you helping somebody else's channel. I don't visit channels just to hit thumbs downs and stuff. I see that, and people like, you know, they just start off and it's thumbs down. You don't even know what the subject is about. They could have been giving away $100 to every person who joins in, you know, today, and you know, thumbs down it. Come on, man.
Right, and in order to do that, you have to give a view. You have to give a view, which gives them credit. So that's crazy. That's why I be like, man, to see some.
You better learn how YouTube works. You're helping the guy.
Right.
You're helping those you claim you hate so much.
Right. And see, some of these people now, when I go, because see, believe it or not, there's these same stations, like the one I'm telling you, I hadn't unsubscribed to them. I'm still subscribed to them for this particular reason. What if they are talking about something I want to hear? So I can still listen, you know what I'm saying, without conversing or communicating or interacting or anything. So I know it's at least five platforms that I'm subscribed to that I found out later that I shouldn't have subscribed to. But at the same time, I'm such a boxing fan. I know there's probably going to be a time this platform is going to speak on something that means something to me. So I don't want to blow an opportunity for me to be able to listen. So I stay with it. you know. But I don't always go over there and give them a view. Like when I read the title, and I was like, man, I ain't gonna give this person no view today. You know what I'm saying? I keep on scrolling back, you know.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh yeah.
I like the point you made over there on the barbershop, man. When you called in, I think that second time.
Yeah.
That's when I
that brother named Robert.
Chat to Fred. Yeah, I told Fred, I was like, hey man, that ain't the real Robert now. Don't be.
I knew it wasn't you. I knew it wasn't you.
Yeah,
man.
but see, I like the point you made though. It's like, bro, you ain't even listened. So this show been on for 3 hours, and you tune in the last 30 minutes to criticize what you halfway heard. Like, come on, man. That's not even a valid opinion. You know?
Just for argument's sake. That's the crazy thing about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You come in, what we talking about today, and you automatically got a bad opinion about it, you know?
Yeah.
That's why, like, you know, most of the time it's you know, when they're talking about the MMA, man, I'm a novice to that, so I'll listen. I may be in the chat, I stayed on today because I was working and all, and, you know, but I sit there and just listen, man. I'm fine with that, you know?
Yeah.
They know about it. I just know the main names, you know?
Right. That's how I do sometimes when I'm out here, when I'm driving and the guys are speaking on something that I may not know as much, but like some of these movies and stuff like that. Shoot, I put my joint on mute, man, and I ride and listen. You can learn a whole lot by listening, you know, instead of always trying to be oh, sorry. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that. All right. And instead of you know, trying to act like you know everything when you don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? Shoot. Even a clock could be wrong. A clock could be wrong. I mean, right 2 times a day. You know.
And honestly, even if it's something I know about, but this is your passion, like for instance, when we're talking about The Wire. Now I've watched it several times. I love the show. I love the Shield and all that Tank was talking about. And normally I'm in the chat going back and forth with Tank, like, yeah, bro, that's awesome. But Tank watches this all the time. So he's passionate about it. So I choose to sit back and, hey, man, let him talk about it. Let it chill, you know?
Shoot, Tank does me a lot of help on those nights, man. Because, I mean, I know he can carry the show by himself with no problem. You know, he knows every, shoot. Tank know all. He's a real movie buff. He knows all that stuff, man.
Exactly. See, that's my thing, man. I be here. I'm on third shift, you know. So any platform I get, if Fred comes on, that lasts the first part of my shift, you know, and then I get on with Kyle and you guys, and that lasts the next part of my shift, and then I go to another job later on. But see, that's getting me through something. So. Absolutely. Why would I waste my time going to troll somebody and thumbs down somebody? That's ridiculous, man.
See, you and I, we know how valuable these platforms are to us at this time of night. It helps us get through our night, you know?
Yes, especially over here on the East Coast, bro.
Right.
Right before that sun come up, that's when it get hard over here, you know?
Right. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, man. One of my stores, I got a hand take everything in. But yeah, man. So they get so worked up, man. I you know, most time, man, I'm just trying to diffuse situations. You know what I'm saying? And I understand. I know what they you know, how they feel about Fred saying the things he said about Al Heyman. I don't agree 100% with Fred, but I don't disagree about everything either. Sometimes you got to hold these. He ain't the only one got to be held accountable. They all got to be held accountable. The fighters, the promoters, managers, advisors, anybody has anything to do with putting a fight together. They all have to be held accountable. So, you know, but this.
Hey, big salute to D Hodges, man. He in the chat, bro. You know, D Hodges.
Man.
He said he had that seizure and everything. So, big salute to you, bro. Texting in the chat, there, man.
D Hodges, I'll be praying for you, brother, that you get better, man. Sorry for what you're going through, but I'll definitely be putting a prayer down for you. Yeah, he's a trooper, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like that, man. I support, and I'll tell you what, so even if, so say that the subject is not about something I want to talk about. Like sometimes, you know, and you know, I love the barbershop, but if it's like, you know, they're gonna have something that, you know, I may come in and do my little thumbs up, say what's up to the chat, what's up to the guys in the barbershop, and then something comes up at work and I'm out. But you know, you show your support. But just because you're talking about something or you have a different idea from me, I don't have to vocalize that I disagree with you just to
right.
I mean, for what? You know what I'm saying? If it's not adding nothing, and I'm not trying to change nobody's mind either. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if it's gonna carry the show and have a nice, fun debate, then cool.
Appreciate
but
all right.
just to disagree, nah, that's not me, man.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm the same. I do the same thing sometimes. I'll ride. I call it a ride by. I go check the temperature, see what's going on, check to see if anybody beefing. You know, if they are, cause see every day I'm gonna give my thumbs up, which give my view on Blue Blood.
Yeah.
No matter if I have time to listen or not. Every day I'm gonna at the barbershop, and most days on Trill Boxing. Now, I used to do Trill Boxing every day, but when they started talking about other things outside of boxing consistently, I stopped doing it every day. Now, I know they do boxing on the weekends, him and the ladies. But at the same time, I still go over and show my support with the thumbs ups and things of that nature, you know, give them a watch, you know. But, you know, it's just a matter of, you know, what my interest is and what kind of time I have when it comes down to that kind of
stuff. And sometimes there's nothing wrong with taking a break, man. Sometimes I take a break from the internet, TV, everything, bro. I don't do anything. But I'm like you. I'll support the barbershop. I support Kyle's show. You know, I support Reggie's show. You know, I'll go over there to Main Man. I'll go over there to Blue Blood. But that's, you know, and I don't really follow ESPN and mainstream media like that. So sometimes, I mean, when you live life, bro, and sometimes life just get in the way, it's like, man, nah, I'm good, man. I don't need to hear. Sometimes it's cool to catch up on all the news from the week because I ain't heard nothing yet. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Just like
I got kids to be dealing with, man, and looking up to these other kids, bro. I'm good. That's where most of my time is, and in my downtime, if I catch something, I'm cool. But you know, I don't make nothing like that my priority over living. You know what I'm saying? And getting all worked up about that stuff. That ain't helping nobody. That's not healthy for nothing. You know.
At all. And man, you know what? What you said a second ago. You know, sometimes life situations, you know, happen. Just like Hustler Holmes, man. I didn't know that brother was me and him. We chopped it up, man. We talked. We closed the morning out together one day last week. That was the last time, right before the Saturday, you know. Matter of fact, that was right before the Areola fight. And you know what? I hadn't talked to him since then, and until tonight. And when he explained what his situation was going through, man, I felt that, bro, because he has explained to me in depth how important it is his time with his son before his son got hurt. And see, when he said I felt that, man. I said, man, that brother going through, because I knew he was going through it, because I know what we discussed. So I feel his pain, man, and I got, you know, that's why I wanted to make sure he knew I will be praying for him as well, because you never know what folks are going through. They got more important things to deal with outside of arguing and bickering about boxing, you know. So that's when it's time to support. You know what I'm saying? When we all have some issues like him and D Hodges are going through, that's when it's time to support, man. You know, give some true life support. You know, let our friends that we communicate with out here, let them know how important they are to us, in these platforms, and how much we feel their pain about what they're going through, because he didn't have to share that with us, but he did, because he felt like this is like family to him. So I'm definitely gonna be praying for that brother. You know what I'm saying? But I hadn't heard from him. I was getting ready to start calling him. See what was up with him. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad I didn't, because you never know what folks are going through. But hey, life is bigger than what some of these folks trying to make it out here, man. It's funny. It's funny when folks try to act like they everything it is to boxing, or whatever subject they talking about, and nothing else matter and all that kind of stuff, because letting this door down. And but I'm hoping after tonight, you people like yourself, me, Hustle Holmes, and a few others, hopefully these folks tonight and tomorrow and the next few days, whenever they listen to the replays, that our voices were heard in a positive light. And maybe they, get something out of it that some people ordinarily wouldn't get out of it. Because man, it's too much. It's too much to live for out here than to get all worked up about a sport.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why. And so that's the thing. I support and ride with people that I would ride for or with in real life. I don't surround myself with a lot of people that keep a lot of drama going or negativity and stuff like that. So when we talk about people being honest and real, that's why I always applaud Fred over at the barbershop.
Right.
Okay, Clarissa Shields don't come in, don't support Fred, this, that, and other, but he never speak a bad word about her.
Right.
You go over to Reggie. Reggie kind of stay even on anybody. If you with the BS, he'll call you on it. If you his favorite fighter, it don't matter. He'll call you on it. But if you're not, then he's supporting. I mean, and to me, keeping it even all the way around, that's the best way to be. I like everybody to know like where I stand. That way it's less misunderstandings, where everybody knows where a person stands at. In my job, I've been able, I've worked with guys who are straight racist guys, but you know what? You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. We can even work together. You know what I'm saying?
Co-mingle. We can co-mingle because
we ain't gotta have Sunday dinner and all that together.
Yeah, because before we get to know each other, we already wondering what type of person this is anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So it's nothing new. I mean, it's just reality. But yeah, I was laughing, chuckling a little bit. You brought Reggie up, because Reggie's one of those sites. I be missing him most of the time when they go live, but I go over and listen every chance I get. And if I don't have time to go through the whole time frame of his video, I make sure I give him a watch, thumbs up and whatnot, But man, because Reggie's a real dude. He's real people. I love Reggie, But man, let me tell you, Reggie pissed old lady Chad off last week. Boy, he came over to H Money site. She saw him in there chatting. She called him out and told, come on the panel. She couldn't wait, man. She didn't give him a chance to holler, say anything. Reggie was laughing the whole time. Told her he loved a long time and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But it was funny. Reggie, man, I'm gonna leave, man. She ain't gonna stop, man. She wouldn't let up for nothing. She went in. Yeah. But it was funny though, man.
But see, that's the thing, you be a man about, like, it was another girl in here before, and she was doing some stuff and talking. And it's like, and even on Fred's show, Lady Sam was doing all the talking and stuff. It's like, all right, because see, at a certain point, if I try to get off and get my point across, it's going to end up being what you would call disrespect on the internet. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because females can get away with all that talking, whereas if I respond to it, all of a sudden I've gotten disrespectful. So It's like, nah, man. It's, you know, like you said, it's sometimes it's best you just hop off of it, and you know.
Let me tell you.
And like you said, it's real stuff happening. Like I think Reg was covering today that stuff that's happening over Israel and Palestine. Like, bro, I've been over there. I was watching. He was showing a bombing, and so I was watching. You know, I actually been to that building that was bombed before. You know what I'm saying? So you see stuff like that, that stuff hurts you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it bothers. Yeah. Now now I'm a little bit off pace with it because I really hadn't done my due diligence to know as much about that situation over the history as I should have. But I saw something. You wouldn't be familiar with this white chick. She was a former school teacher in the New Orleans area. And I think she calls herself Nola Garcia or something like that. But anyway, she's an advocate and she supports, you know, Black Lives Matter, and she's real about who she is. She ain't faking the funk or nothing. You know what I'm saying? She support African Americans all day, every day, and anytime it's, you know, when it's time for, when it's racial or any kind of injustice. You know what I'm saying? Breonna Taylor. Floyd, you know, all that, everything, you know, she's on top of all that. And part of the reason she stopped being a school teacher, to become a full-time activist. But anyway, I saw on Instagram, she had put on there, because I follow on Facebook. That's where I first saw it years ago, and I follow on Instagram as well. But she has a diagram, picture, or whatever, like a map. And it showed, like, back in 1946, the land was pretty much Palestinian land. And then as the years went by, the Palestinian community dissipated over the years. It's pretty much been taken over by Israel. Is that what's happening? Did I get that wrong?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of it, you know, I had kind of tuned out on it a while ago, so I don't want to get like the facts mixed up. But yeah,
I got you.
I've seen that map of I can't remember who it is, but I've seen that map of how over the years it's dissipated. The problem is when I went over there, you know, I got a friend from over that way and all, and you know, it's almost like I remember my granddad talking to me about the Vietnam War, and when they went over there, and they was like, well, you know, we're supporting the South against the North, but it's like being in America. If you walk by me on the street, you couldn't tell whether I was from North America, you know, the northern part or the southern part or out west. You know what I'm saying? And so you get over there and you're looking at these people, they got a conflict, but they all look alike or they look similar to each other. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
that's the confusing
come
part.
on, bro.
Yeah.
It's enough land. There's a stat. There's enough land. And I mean, arable land where you could plant and have your own crops for every man, woman, and child on the face of this planet to have over an acre of good land that you could live off of. But yet we fight over it. We put up borders like, you know, you don't belong here, and it's like, man, come on, bro. It's just ridiculous, you know. But I mean, it's a real conflict, you know what I'm saying? And it's just bad to see, you know.
It is. It's terrible. I saw like a video last week. Like I said, I haven't dove into it purposely, like I probably should have. But I've seen videos of a group of people ganging up on one or two people and beating them, throwing some kind of explosive devices at them and different. I mean, it's just some crazy stuff, man. I'll just skim by. You know, I was just sliding by. I saw it on Reddit. That's what it was, on Reddit. And I'm like, man, what the world? You know, when I see stuff like that, man, I have to thank God that I live in this country here. We don't realize how well we do have it, man. I mean, it's not the best. We got to deal with our problems too, with racism and the cops killing up predominantly more black people than other groups, you know, killing people, period. But the thing is, we still don't have it as bad as what we see in some of these other countries. Because these people that are going around in some of these countries that are going around causing harm to other people are not even the government or police. It's just they know that they think different, they believe different, and they have a different culture. And I don't want to say race, I'm gonna say creed, because like you said, they look alike. You know, it's hard for me and you to discern who they are, because we don't know. They know, but we don't know. You know, I mean, it's real sad, man. And then for a person like you that's actually been in that land to have witnessed and seen all that landscape, and then see a building that you've seen before. I don't know if you've been inside of it or not, but been outside of it and you actually seen with your own eyes, and it get, you know, dealt with the way you saw it dealt with. That's personal, man. I mean, it touches you, man, in a way that I can't understand, because I haven't seen nor been there or witnessed anything like that, you know. So it's crazy, man. And I mean, folks don't realize sometimes how good they have it and how bad others don't, others have it for their situations. And then we out here arguing, complaining amongst one another about a sport, and these people over there going through true life situations, life and death situations, man. It's sad. And I know one day I saw a video where a school had been bombed with mostly little girls in it, and now it was a school bus, I think, and it might have been a school too, but I know a bus had been bombed, and this little girl, she was sitting on the back end of the bus, so she survived the explosion, but the rest of them were killed. And they were asking her in her language if she was going to stop attending school and things like that. She said no. She said, if I do that, then they win, and they're going to think we're scared of them. I'm not afraid, and I'm going to get my education. And I mean, these people are going through. I'm talking this little girl probably about 10, no more than 12 years old, man. Probably was 12, you know, but I'm thinking it could have been younger, you know. But man, it's just sad that this young lady, 10 or 12, somewhere in that neighborhood, has to go through that much trauma in her first 10 or 12 years of her life. It's amazing, man. It's not, I can't even think of that. Fathom my kids going through something like that.
Yeah, man, that's something else, Pepper.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I'm gonna go. You know, Reggie probably don't drop those. He probably delete that information in the video they did. Was it a live video when we checked it out?
Of the conflict there.
Yeah, whatever you said he had on the you were checking out.
No, I don't think he deleted it.
Okay, well I'll probably go over and check it. But yeah, man, this little area right here, Rob, that I ride through. Man, every so many, I ain't gonna say every week, but every maybe every 2 weeks, at least once to either 1 day to 3 days a week, every other week. It is just like real funky through here, man. It stinks like a mud through here, and there's a lot of farmland, but there's also some industrial companies, you know, manufacturing and stuff down there. I think that's where the smell is coming from. I can't see it being the farmland smell like this. I mean,
yeah, they probably dumping stuff down there, man. Yeah, they might be industrial plants be dumping stuff on that farmland like no other sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like they're killing me right now. Gotta inhale this stuff, man. It's crazy. Yeah, I tell you, these folks got a lot, you know, they got land spread it out on this little highway here, on either side of it.
So how you drive? You drive like every night, pretty much?
Yeah, Monday night through Friday night. I drive.
Okay.
I come down from Nashville and drive through northern Alabama and back up. I do about 350 miles on the average per day, round trip. You know, once you get used to stuff like this, it becomes a part of your life, and I consider this my living room now.
I hear you.
Yeah. This is actually, before you leave home or before you get out of bed to go do the job, you don't want to go do it. You know what I mean? I'm just like anyone else. But once you get out here and do it, and it's familiar to you, and you have some of your best laughs in your truck, and you got peace in mind, and it's just you. You start looking for that serenity, man. Once I get out here, man, I get to chopping it up with you fellas, man, and then I get to driving and things, man. I'm at home. Plus, I can speak about whatever I want to speak about, because you know good and well, I ain't sitting in the house talking about, man, yeah, man, I want to see some women. Look at that woman. When I'm in this truck, I can say whatever I want to. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. There you go.
So I ain't got to worry about getting smacked. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking. If it's something to be seen, I'm looking at them. You know what I'm saying? Might make some comments or what have you. Yeah, but other than that, man, it's cool. I got a little purpose in this truck because I know what I got to do, and I'm gonna be here for a few hours before I go home. And then when I go home, what I need to be doing, I don't do, and instead I be fighting my sleep and stuff like that. But I need to be doing other things pertaining to business on the management side of business. But if it ain't something I gotta do right then and there, man, I eat my breakfast or lunch or whatever, man. Might play with my phone. Next thing you know, I'm knocked out. Don't fall asleep. Yeah, man. I've gotten so used to this route, man. I know it like the back of my hand. So it don't matter if it's daylight or dark. I can run it with no problem,
Yeah, I feel you, man. That's kind of how I am, Because normally before I really started getting on the platforms and listening to the boxing and stuff like that, I would just, listen to like books on tape or something like that. If I couldn't be where I could read, But I like to get off in my own little corner at work and do my thing. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't really much about a whole lot of conversation about nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's just not me. So I listen and, I wanted to read this book. So I find it and record it or something like that and have it, you know what I'm saying? And then when the platform started coming, that's what I started doing. But I'm with you, man. That stuff keep you going at night,
Right.
and into the morning, and like you say, you get to kind of chill and be men, you know what I'm saying? Like just conversation between grown men sometimes.
That's it. I'm gonna tell you, Friday nights can be. I tell you, Kyle went out of town over the last weekend. Man, last Friday night, man, wasn't nothing out there fresh. Wasn't nobody doing nothing live. Not any friends of mine. You know what I'm saying? It was straight boring, man. I'm Instagramming, YouTubing. I'm doing everything, man. I'm looking at wildlife, man. I'm doing everything I can to keep my attention, to stay awake. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that was crazy, man. Yeah, when I don't get so dependent upon, these platforms now that I used to have people I knew I could call in the middle of the night when I'm driving, because they may be driving too. Man, I don't even want them calling me, bro. I don't want any interruptions when I'm on these platforms, man. So my wife and I, every Friday and Saturday morning, she would call me 5 minutes to 5 or 5 a.m. Central Time, and we'll stay on the phone about 15 to 20 minutes. And then she has to go and report in for duty. She know how I am about this boxing, so she don't, at first I would get off, and I'd chop it up with her, and then I'd try to get back over and catch the platform before it closed out. And I don't got to talking about the platform so much, man. Well, you on your boxing stuff? I said, yeah, okay. I'm just want to say this and that to you real quick, and I'll let you go back to it. She don't start giving way to it. You know what I'm saying? So she respected my grind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
And see, when I'm at home watching boxing, I have my house is like a split level. You know, it's upstairs, but I only have a bonus room and a little office upstairs, and then all the living spaces downstairs, as well as my garage. I go up in that bonus room on the weekends. They already know don't come up there bother me, man. They let me know if the food's ready or something like that. But other than that, they give me my space, man, because they know I'm all about that boxing, man.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah. And if I can't find boxing, a fresh boxing match, I know some stations that have fights just, you know, like I get them UK stations too. So sometimes you go over there at the Box Nation, and they got them old, you know, replays and stuff like that going.
That's right. Yeah.
You might be able to find them on Fox sometimes. And then if I can find something that hold my attention with boxing like that, I pull my little tablet out, pull YouTube up, and see if any old fights on. You know, I know there's always some fights on there. You know, from way back in the day. When I run across one I like, then what I do now is I got YouTube on my television. I just pull it up there and watch it that way. And I watch an old fight like I've never seen it before. Yeah, I love this thing.
Yeah, I remember we was talking about that. We was talking about that. Was it that Foreman Lyle fight? You talking about?
Oh yeah.
You be on the edge of your seat. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I forgot to go back and watch that last weekend. You know what? I got to do that. Yeah, that was a rock'em sock'em robot type of fight there. Man, you know them cats had to been concussing each other, man. But they were hitting one another, man.
You could tell after the fight, man. Foreman was like, man, I can't believe I just went through this, and what y'all trying to talk to me for, you know?
It was crazy, man. It was brutal, man. Them kind of fights right there, they would stop them fights in a heartbeat nowadays.
Yeah, they would. They would.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm gonna tell you, you remember Michael Dokes?
Yeah, I remember him.
He had a fight with Holyfield.
Mm-hmm.
They were beating each other to death, man, him and Holyfield. But it wasn't quite as brutal as that Foreman and Lyle fight, man. That was, man, that's
yeah. Like you said, that's one of them fights that you watch now and you still be like, man, what's gonna happen?
Exactly. Because you can't tell who's gonna beat. Man, until the fight's over, if you don't know who's gonna win, you know.
That's right.
You know, it's so brutal. Any one of those guys who won that fight, man, it seemed like back then or today. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, man.
That's one of the fights you watch and then you walk away from it and be like, bro, I hope they don't do that again.
Right.
For the good of both of them guys, that I hope they don't do that again. But to me, that's what boxing missing today. The heart they showed in that fight, man, it's like, that's what you miss sometimes, you know?
Right. I'm going to tell you who has some fights like that put you in the mind of a fight like that, where you didn't know who was going to win. They go back and forth. Pacquiao and Marquez, man. And then that
was good stuff.
Arturo and Ward was crazy too, man.
Yeah.
I watched a piece of that the other day, man. It's still unbelievable how them guys beat the mess out of each other. 3 fights, man. And the referee. Oh man, that was a trilogy right there. You know what? They wouldn't even fight for belts or nothing, man. It was all about well, I think Arturo might have had the belt then, but it was more or less fighting for the sport, man, and to say who beats the other, because I think they went 1-1, and then they had the trilogy. And I think Arturo won the final fight. But man, them dudes were joined at the hip, man. Amazing place. Yeah. I
still remember that David Tua fight. That David Tua, Abi Abuchi fight, man.
Man, that was crazy too. Yes, sir.
That was
man, I ain't gonna lie to
and
you.
then there was a
bro.
guy, I forgot the guy, Muhammad Qali. I think Dwight Muhammad Qali or something like that. Man, he was something serious too.
I gotta go check it out. Muhammad, yeah, what was his last name? Muhammad,
It's not Qali. It's Qali.
Yeah, start.
I can't. Yeah, I can't pronounce it. I think it's over the Q though. QAWI, something like that.
The only Q now I can think of is Forte. Like Forte is the only Q name I can think of, but we talking about Muhammad.
He fought Lopez twice. Lopez. Oh man, who was it? It was.
I'll go in.
Yeah, I forget.
I mean, I'll YouTube it later.
Even Chacon, man. Those Chacon fights. He fought Art Prius and Raphael Lemon.
He fought who now?
That's right. He fought a guy, Art Frias, I think, and Raphael Lemon.
You fought Frias out of Brazil, out of South America.
Yeah, man. Them were some fights, man.
Yeah.
Alberto Gonzalez and Saturain or something like that. Them were some.
Yeah.
I have those fights saved. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I used to have when I had so I don't went from Viacom to Direct and all that over the years, man. And I have fights saved on my DVR. Then when I leave the service, then I give up the DVR. I don't give up my recorded fights. Then like now I got a different service, and I record some fights sometimes, but I don't keep them. I go ahead and get rid of them now. But man, let me tell you something. Once I see it, I can see the fight on YouTube, I get rid of them. Man, let me tell you. Boxing, the kind of fights we used to be able to see, those fights won't be duplicated these days, I don't think. Man, it's you probably see some devastating knockouts time to time.
Yeah.
But as far as those guys just brutally beating one another down, man.
That's right.
I'd say that Spencer and Porter fight was a good fight, but they weren't really hurt seriously like we've seen some guys hurt each other. But they were whooping on each other though.
Yeah, that was a good fight. And like I said, I remember telling y'all I was like ringside at the Corrales Castillo fight, the first one.
That was awesome.
Oh, the guy I was talking about is he fought Holyfield. Dwight Muhammad, I want to say it's Qali, something like that. And then there was another guy, Matthew Said Muhammad. He was good too. I remember they fought each other. But yeah, man, I miss fights like that.
Man, me and you both. Man, yeah, I love a good fight.
And what's funny, man? You know who introduced me to boxing, man? It was my grandma, man. It wasn't even my dad or nothing. It was my grandma. And my granddad, he was a big Joe Louis fan and all that stuff. But my grandma, she loved Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? And even way back when, she would keep up with Mike Tyson, boxing and wrestling, man. And the first thing she bought me when I got older, she bought me like a pair of boxing gloves. That's who put me on to boxing. So it was funny because my Saturdays was like, I wake up, you do your little Saturday morning cartoons and watch wrestling. Right. And then I used to have to watch, my grandma's stories with her, you know what I'm saying, and the little soap operas or whatever. Which, I don't care what nobody say. You ever got hooked on them things, man. And then at night, it was boxing,
Right. Man, it was on, I watched some pieces of fights before the time I'm about to tell you now. But it was my mom that got me hooked on boxing. She always liked a good fight, man. And she would watch She watch wrestling as well. You know, Saturday morning, Saturday night, we watch wrestling. But the wide world of sports come on, man. We used to watch that boxing, man. They would telecast. And man, what really drew me in, Ali and Frazier. My mom couldn't stand Ali back then because he always running his mouth, you know. She was like some of the crowd, you know. So I followed suit with her because I didn't know any better. This was before I went to kindergarten. And man, so I was growing up hating on Muhammad Ali, you know. And then then she had bought me some boxing gloves, man, and me and my sister, we would box. And sometimes she would okay me to box some of my little buddies in the neighborhood, you know. And then because the boxing gloves I had, they were black and white, so like the Olympic gloves. Then I ended up, she allowed me to box when I got a little bit older. So that was the only sport that she really authorized me to play. She never did come to a fight though, but you know, they would come around the van or bus and pick us up. I grew up in the projects, and they would take us downtown. Well, I was boxing for the sheriff department. We'd go down there and train me and some of my homies, man. They'll mix us in from different sides of town. At first, they kept us separated because you couldn't mix us back in the day. But then they talked to us. Yeah, they talked to us and told us that they were going to bring us together. They didn't want no BS and things, no drama and whatnot. Everybody's on the same team, blah, blah, blah. So they brought the east side and the south side together. We would train, man. Because they didn't, another boxing team had the other two sides of town, west and north. And then there was multiple teams in each section of town that catered to the areas. But they brought the team I boxed for, they got guys from the south side and the east side. And before that happened, though, let me back up a little bit. Before that happened, they came through the neighborhood with a boxing ring. Came up, put a boxing ring up in the middle of the projects where our basketball court was. And they let you volunteer to come up and box. Well, my mom used to get on to me about fighting all the time. But this one time, she was supposed to have been at work, bro. And a little buddy, man, he said, "Hey, Cinto, man, you want to get up in the ring and box, man?" I said, "Okay." And now he was one of my little homies that didn't actually grow up in the projects, but he had relatives there. And his relatives used to bring him to the projects to his grandparents' house, you know, during the summer months and some weekends. Me and them got pretty cool. They had a younger brother. Man, we got in that ring, man. I had to live in that hood every day. I couldn't let him win. You know what I'm saying? So we boxed, man. I put the things on him, man. Before the fight was over, somebody had already, before I even fought, somebody had already told my mama I was about to fight. She had gotten off work early. And I'm up in there doing my little thing. My sister, she done told my mom and friends of my mom that I was in the ring boxing. And the first thing I heard, see, my mom, this is one of her words. My mom, she was a awesome softball player. She was known all over the city for her playing in softball. And she was known to be a fast runner and a hell of a fighter. So she was always well respected, you know. But and my mom kept fearing to me until a few years ago when she died. That's how tough she was. But man, she died a few years ago. That's when I lost my fear.
Yeah.
But I heard I was up there boxing my buddy, man. I was putting the things on him, man. And I didn't have any skill. I just knew how to fight, you know, but I didn't have any boxing skills. Neither one of us did. But anyway, next thing I know, I heard somebody say, "Work, boy, work." You know? And that's my mama's thing, you know what I'm saying? When I heard that, man, he really got it. I had the green light and all the sport. I knew I wasn't gonna get a whipping when I got home. You know what I'm saying? Man, I put the things
put
on
a battery in your back, huh?
Man, I dotted his little eye and everything. You know what I'm saying? And,
she put a battery in your back, bro.
Yeah, she put it in there, man. And so I was smiling, man, and I never had an idea that it was gonna lead to me being allowed to box sometime thereafter. You know, but I had an older. I used to get in trouble at school a lot, man, because I had a short temper, and we had a elder family that my mom respected greatly, and so she told my mother to let me box and give me something to do after school to occupy my time and blow off a little steam and this, that, and the third, you know. And so instead of me this one time getting a whipping after school, this elder was like an aunt to my mom, but she was actually our cousin. You know how you have an older cousin, it's more like an aunt. And so she had talked to my mom. My mom, you know, respected her highly, and she went along with it. Man, I just knew I was on my way, man. I just knew I was gonna, you know, make some money when I got older and stuff like that, man. Unfortunately, my mom, years later, my mom got mad at me. Me and my cousins were supposed to go down to my aunt's house and tell my aunt to bring my mom's car up to her. Well, me and my cousin, we fought all the way down there, and it took us like an hour to get there, and it was less than a mile away, you know what I'm saying? And my mom was hot, man. She made me stop boxing after that, man. I was so hot, man, about that. But I never lost my love and drive for it, you know. But that day when my mom said, work, boy, work, man, that was like the greatest thing ever. And that's the only match she's ever witnessed me in. The only one. All the rest, man, I never really had family support watching me box, but maybe 2 times. And there was some cousins of mine. And what we did with my cousins, they would come over to the house, you know, some weekends, they would spend the weekend with me. And they would ride with me and the guys, you know, to the boxing matches, and we would act like they were part of the team. And, you know, they just went in with us, you know. And unfortunately, man, the first night they came to watch me box, man, I got beat. And I got beat by a dude that he wasn't good, but he was from my neighborhood and he was boxing for another team. He had a big family, and one of his cousins that's a couple years older than me, he had been boxing for quite a few years, and he was well respected in the neighborhood. Did nobody mess with him. Matter of fact, this cat, man, he ended up going to the Nationals and all that. He used to tell me about Mike Tyson back in the day, you know. But I was worried about that cousin that boxed for several years getting at me for whooping the little cousin. You know what I'm saying? So I let the little cousin live, and I didn't beat up on him, but because I got him in the neighborhood one day. It's something he had done, and I got him, and I didn't box him in the neighborhood. I just smacked some candy out of his mouth or something and dared him to do something, because I was still mad about him getting that win on me. But I wouldn't punch him back though, because I was afraid that his family was going to get me. But I got picked with that whole night, man. And the next time, I think I told you guys before, this guy Clay Jenkins, he whooped me up one night. Now that fight, I just got whooped. It wasn't because I wasn't throwing my hands. I just got whooped because he was throwing them punches so fast I didn't see him. You know. And all I did for about 2 months, all I talked about is I want to fight Clay Jenkins. I want to fight Clay Jenkins. And I got Clay Jenkins all right. Clay whooped my tail, man. I didn't have to play no more. And I wasn't hurting or nothing. I just couldn't see the punches. He was shaking his hands, he put his hands together and shake them. Next thing you know, I was hit. I'm like, what the crap? I didn't ask for that anymore. I took my little medal and went on home. But man, yeah, I had a ball then, man. That was a highlight of my life when I was a kid.
It's funny. A lot of us got into boxing that way, man. You know, because in my neighborhood, that's what we had a coach like that, man. You got into it in school, or he knew about, you know, little neighborhood beef and stuff like that. And he would line us up in the locker room, man, put the benches back there, and he used to tell us,
if we're gonna fight, we're gonna fight civilized with gloves on. And I mean, and you go until somebody give up, but like I said, the little gym I went to, that was their motto: it's better to sweat in the gym than to bleed on the street. That's how they felt, learn how to settle stuff with your fists instead of picking up a firearm or something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because that's what it was like. Anybody can do that, but it take a real man to step between those ropes and like I said, help you with anger management and stress and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So
that's why I
was telling. I was mentioning. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, bro.
No, I said that's why I was mentioning it. A couple of weeks ago. That's why it's important. I like when people talk and spread the word about this stuff, and that's why I was saying. A lot of times people don't realize. Boxing, although it doesn't get the credibility, it's one of the oldest sports there is. I mean, back in Greece and Egypt and all these back, they've done that. And even now, people do not realize you can get scholarships to Division I schools for boxing. You think of Ohio State and USC and all these big. Yeah. You think of Penn State. Everybody think, hey, man, if I go to Penn State or Ohio State, I can get in on football, basketball, maybe wrestling. No, you can also get a boxing scholarship too. You know what I'm saying? And I was glad when they did that Ring City card, and Sean Porter was talking about going over there to West Point and seeing them guys box, the guys and the girls there, and that's a big thing in the military, man. Those some real fighters, Right,
absolutely.
And it's a lot of pride behind it. I almost wish they would do it in high school, since you got the amateurs, but have different routes. To the ring. So now when you got the guy that's college educated, but he just loved the sport, he loved boxing, and he had a scholarship, and then you got the guy who, was getting locked up and was having trouble with, and he just came up the hard way in boxing. And now that's two different stories. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like the Olympian versus the guy who, like I think about a guy like Devin Haney who was fighting in Mexico, at a young age and just doing all these fights in hostile environments. And then you got a guy who's a decorated Olympian who's kind of been, made the right way. So he's kind of this certain champ. It's a lot of rivalry there. You know what I'm saying? That makes for a good environment and a good fight, and that just pushes the game further,
Yeah, I was debating before I got out of high school if I was going to go to the military or go to college. And one of the things that made me think more about going to the military is the fact that I could have got back into boxing. And but I ended up not doing either. I ended up getting in the streets, man, and getting into some trouble. And I had to go lay down for a little while. I had to do some federal time. And I thought I was gonna get the boxing when I got locked up, but they didn't have any boxing in any of the joints that I was in, and I was disappointed about that. But everybody that I've ever been around, doing my biz, they knew about me in boxing. They knew how much I was into it and how much I loved it. Because I'll argue with you about that television when it came down to boxing.
Yeah, there you go.
I was always on go about the television when I knew some boxing was on, like on USA. You saw those Tuesday night fights, and then it went to Thursday night.
Yeah, that used to be the thing, man.
Friday night.
Yeah. USA Tuesday night fights, man.
Yeah. And HBO, Showtime, when they had boxing on, man, I didn't think you're supposed to look at none of that as far as a bunch of men being up in the institution. I didn't think it just felt right to me that we should be watching boxing. And someone want to watch something else, I'm like, man, what kind of dudes are y'all, man? What?
Exactly.
Man, but man, I love it, man. But if I known I could have went to college on a scholarship for boxing, I see they used that was a time before I got into high school. Some high schools had boxing in some localities, but not where I'm from. They didn't have any boxing when I got to high school, and I wish they had.
Man, I would have killed to have, because that was my thing, playing basketball and football and even running track, man. Being in front of the crowd, I love that. But, man, if they could have cleared out and had us in a gym to fight.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, I would have loved that. You know what I'm saying?
And I've
that's the
been
kind of
showing
stuff
up with them
because
girls,
everybody
man.
ain't geared for. Say it again.
I said I would have been showing off with them girls in that boxing ring, man.
Oh, for sure, man. For sure. I was like that in football, bro. I used to play corner, and it depends on, I line up on a certain side, man, and it was a certain group of girls, man. They come through, bro. I'm talking about I'm hitting hard, and you ain't getting nothing on the side of my field. I was just, playing out my mind. You know what I'm saying? I would have loved to have been in with boxing like that, And that's what I think, man, because a lot of times in school, they'll dismiss you as a trouble kid or whatever. And then, a lot of the inner city, sometimes all you can do is either play basketball or football or, and they put you in school and they put you in these subjects and don't really teach you what you need to know. And they only teach you like one or two paths for somebody. But, I mean, it's a whole lot when you think, even in college sports, man, you think about, there's some athletes in a lot of, that's why I love the Olympics, man. You get to see all these different sports that somebody's in. And what you can excel in, but, you don't know it, and a lot of it, they try to make it so expensive to get the equipment that they cut a certain portion of us out because, once we get into sport, a lot of times we dominate, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, but that's a whole nother issue, but that's something, I appreciated a coach that was willing to introduce us to play, he got kids from the hood playing badminton, learning the game of lacrosse and stuff, you know what I'm saying? That don't do nothing but help you, and you rub shoulders with all different kind of people and use those disciplines in other sports,
Yeah, so when I was a kid, I grew up in a single parent household, and my mom didn't have. So yeah, I knew my mom had it hard, and she was doing it all by herself, man. So I knew not to ask for much. You know what I'm saying? My sister and brother, I'm the middle child. My sister and brother, he's the youngest, she's the oldest. They didn't have any problem asking mom for anything. Mom taught me to get my own, and to this day, neither one of them are doing so well for themselves like they should be doing. They could do better. I put it that way. I've always excelled in trying to make my own way and try to look out for others. You know what I'm saying? But I had to let them know when my mother passed. I said the bank is closed. They know I ain't getting ready to do what mom do because I would tell them, mom, stop giving them money. You know what I'm saying? But they have never been sufficient on their own for a sustainable amount of time, unfortunately. But the reason I brought that up, I wasn't able to get a whole lot of the things that other kids could get, from the financial support from my mom when it came down to sports. So I didn't get to play a lot of sports coming up like I wanted to. I played some, but not as much as I wanted to. I played the sports that wouldn't have cost my mom anything, like at a community center or something like that. But I would have loved to have played, well, by the time I got to high school, the main reason I didn't play sports then, as far as basketball and football, because I was so much smaller than all of my peers. They all grew up over the summer some of them grew up between 7th and 8th grade. Some grew up between the 8th and 9th grade. All were Central. And then by the time I became a junior, I started growing. When I graduated, when I went to high school, I was probably like 5'3", 5'4", something like that. Not very tall. My junior year, I got up to about 5'10", and that's how I was probably about 5'8". By the time I graduated, I was 5'10". 2 years after graduation, I sprouted up to 6'2.5". So now all of my peers that I went to school with and graduated with, I'm looking down to them. And I was taller than the average friend I had at that point. So I always tell everybody I was deprived of my height. I didn't get it in time because when I was a freshman and sophomore, a lot of my homies they would dunking the basketball, and I couldn't. I was barely. I hadn't even started touching the rim yet. I mean, I
I was always super thin at that time, so I didn't have a lot of muscle strength, in my legs. But I could shoot pretty good. So what I did in high school is, since I didn't feel like I could compete with those guys too well, I worked mostly through high school. But one thing I was always good at, as long as I could stay on my feet in the fight, I was going to win. So if they had boxing in high school, I definitely would have done that. And I know I would have been pretty decent at it. I would have felt like I would. I think I would have had a head start on some of the guys, because a lot of the guys didn't have experience at boxing.
Right.
But man, I miss it.
Yeah, that's a hard thing for guys like you. You had that like natural stamina. You know what I'm saying? That you could stay and sustain it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys, it's hard. It's hard to train for something like that.
It is.
A lot of times, if you got stamina, you just build on that. You know what I'm saying? Guys that gas out, it's hard for them they have to pace themselves, and some people just naturally don't necessarily have to pace themselves like other people.
Right. See, my junior high school didn't have a football team. I didn't get to play football in junior high. But I ran track and played basketball. And see, I was in walking distance to the school, so that was no problem for my mom. And, have providing transportation for me to get back and forth. So I was always able to walk. And then when I get to high school, because I wanted to wrestle in junior high, but I got in so much trouble all the time. The principal fixed it where I couldn't. They came and got me when the first trials were scheduled. He saw that I was down there. He went over to the coach, so he's not allowed to participate because he knew I was selling candy at school and he couldn't catch me. That's what it was. And I was too slick for him on that end, so he figured he'd punch me that way and not allow me to wrestle. Because I was a thin little dude, but I was strong for my size, Right. And my coach, he wanted me to wrestle. He was also my social studies teacher. And he wanted me to wrestle. And he said, we'll have a nice little weight division. So I called myself signing up for wrestling in high school. But man, when I realized how, and the coaches, they were excited. They said, man, you've been a nice little lightweight division. You know what I'm saying? I want no more than about 90 pounds, man.
Right.
But man, when I saw the cats that were going out for wrestling, man, and most of them had been playing football, I changed my mind, bro. I didn't get to get that training that they got from football.
That's right. Yeah.
Now, I knew all them cats had been on the weight pile and all that stuff. Man, I had never been on a weight pile a day in my life at that point. I said, nah, this ain't for me. So I just worked through high school. But I wish I had the opportunity to box in high school, man. I definitely would have been on that thing, man. And make sure I don't hit this truck right here. But yeah, man, I had fun in high school, man. I hated high school to the end, man. I really did. I had a ball, man. I sold candy in junior high. When I got to high school, they had so much candy, they messed my hustle up. And I was mad.
Man, they get real big.
And then I got me a job.
A whole nother thing, man.
Yeah, it's a whole different level, bro. I was like, cause I just knew I was gonna be, known. I was already known for selling candy and cracking jokes. And I was known for fighting all the time, but then I had to slow down on the fight. By the time I got to high school, I slowed that up because everybody was bigger than me, and my mom told me, you go over there to that high school and get in trouble like you've been getting in trouble. I got something for you. I'm gonna send your butt to a Pikeville. It was a detention center for boys. It's all out of the country or something. Yeah. So I was afraid of that, so I calmed down, And man, by the time my junior year came, toward the end of my junior year, my senior year, because I had other jobs before my senior year. My senior year, I landed this job working for a company that used to put food on the carts for the airlines. You familiar with Sky Chefs? You ever heard of them?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, in some cities they got Dobbs. In Nashville, we had Sky Chef. Oh man, I ain't got the truck back for it. Anyway, I worked for Sky Chefs, man. I had some homies that used to work in the liquor room. You know them little liquor ministers.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, minibar. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So my boy that was getting them joints, man, throwing them over the fence, man. You know, I put my orders in, tell them what I wanted, and I think they were charging me about $7 a case or something like that. And they'll throw them over the fence, man. And I go out there, put them in my car on break. You know what I'm saying? And man, I was taking them joints to school, man, selling them $1 a bottle.
Yeah, man, that's funny, bro.
Yeah, I never cashed a check, bro. Never cashed a check.
That is funny. That's so funny you said that, because I did this when I got to high school. You know, I'd already got in trouble and went to alternative school like in the 9th and 10th grade. So I'm a good athlete, and then I got messed up, you know, and then you know, some other stuff happened. So I went to work, and I started working similar, but I was with the I know you probably seen the trucks, Don Schwan deliver food and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I used to work loading them, and then from there I kind of went into a grocery store. So I get into the grocery store, and you know, you had the liquor stores and stuff like that. And so a buddy of mine, his sister started working as a bartender in a hotel. And the hotel worked as a bartender, but she was underage. She was like 17, 18, but she was still a bartender. So we would take stuff like, you know, we get Crown, and she'd get, you know, 36 shots out of a bottle, start watering it down, and be charging, you know, $4 and $5 a shot. But, you know, Crown was like, what, $12 for the bottle or something like that, and we get it on discount. And so later in high school, I became known as the guy you come to if you want to get this stuff, you know, and man, I made so much money with bootlegging over there, you know, bootlegging liquor.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Yeah, man, I went from candy to liquor to you know what. Man, they said, man, you always said, then look, then a few years after I got home from my little vacation, I got into car sales. I sold cars for like 23 years, man, before I started doing what I do now. And then I took a 3-year break from the car business. I wanted to spend more time with my kids. So during that 3 years, the first year of the 3 years, I always had desires to be an entrepreneur. You know what I'm saying? Because I just never could have imagined me working until retirement for somebody else.
Right.
Well, on the side when I was off work, I would go to the flea market and sell little figurines and little knickknacks and stuff like that. And I did that for about a year. And I don't try to sell all kinds of stuff, man. It's great. But this is the first time in my adult life that I've been self-employed, and it doesn't have anything to do with sales.
Hey.
I'm like, man,
So you like an owner operator on your truck, man? You own your own rig? Okay.
Yeah, owner operator. I normally have a crew of guys driving for me and stuff like that, man. But in 2019, one of my biggest clients, my biggest client that I had, they got to playing with the money, and we went back and forth about them possibly signing an agreement. They didn't want to do it, and they kept paying me later and later, and I kept telling them, you know, I can't keep this up. I'm about to shut my trucks down. And I let my guys know what was going on, you know. And the company thought I was playing around because they figured I wasn't gonna walk away from that money, because it was like on the low end $32,000 a month, on the high end like a little bit above $35,000 a month. But you know, I'm this type of guy, man. I don't play with anyone's money, and I definitely don't want mine played with. And then I got a crew of guys that I'm paying. It ain't their job to worry about my bad money discrepancies with the company that I have an agreement with. It's their job to drive the trucks and wait for their checks. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna play with anyone's money, and I don't want anyone playing with my money.
Right.
So
Right.
I had to make a decision. This payroll is gonna keep coming, and it was costing me over $18,000 a month to service that company, and I had cut all my other clients loose, and dedicated my services to this company 7 days a week. So I made some mistakes by spoiling them, and by getting cool with personnel there and stuff like that. So I learned some valuable lessons. I'm not gonna allow that to happen again. I'm gonna have a buffer between me and the company. They want to discuss their invoice, they got to talk to somebody else about it, not me. If I'll set the accounts up, then I'll step back and tell them who their contact person is. You know what I'm saying? Because I get too buddy with people, and that ain't cool for business. And when it come down to drivers, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna keep a buffer between me and the drivers because I get too buddy with people. And but I'm gonna make sure you get your money that I owe you. And I just want you to be responsible and do a decent job. And I ain't trying to watch anybody work themselves to the bone. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure that we all can eat. See that I put the same mentality I had when I was in the streets. I apply to my business world. I figure if everybody's eating, no one's jealous. You know what I'm saying? So I pay pretty aggressive, and I try not to. I don't ask anyone to do anything I wouldn't do myself. So you're not gonna get no crazy assignment from me that's gonna be hard for your body and all that kind of stuff. But I don't want to do that. I mean, I'll do some physical work, but I'm not gonna do something that's gonna be taxing on my body for a long period of time if I can help. So anyway, every driver, I've been in business. Matter of fact, tomorrow will be 6 years on the 15th, and every driver that I've ever had has always wanted to come back and drive again for me, and I've always been cool when they call me. I mean, I've never, I had anyone to quit on me. Never had it. Well, one of my best guys did decide that he wanted to go do his insurance full time, which I was cool with that, no problem. But it was only like 3 months later he was ready to come back. You know what I'm saying? But I used to pay that cat so much money, bro. I wasn't bringing him back because I was gonna have to change his pay, and I didn't want to do that. So I encouraged him to get his own truck and hook up with the company that we were contracted through at that time, because they loved him anyway. They just tried to steal him from me, but they couldn't afford him. That's the only reason they didn't steal him from me. But I said, man, just get you a truck, man, and come over here, and they'll provide you some loads, man. I said, you know how crazy they were about you. They always wanted to get you on their team anyway. I said, that way you make even more money than you were making before. And he came on. That's what he did, and he's still running his own truck to this day. We talk every now and then. We're still really good friends, man, and he's always the one thing he loved about working for me is that he had never made more than never made more than he never made close to $1,000 a week. So him do like $1,400, $1,800 a week, because I gave him a formula and I told him what we could do to earn more money for both myself, the company and him, and we both worked as a team and we made it happen. I had routes that I provided for both of us, and when we got finished with those routes, we did extra deliveries, and I always priced it to the company, and I told him, anything you deliver above your route, whatever I priced it to them, man, I'm gonna split with you 50-50. Shoot, man, in December of 2019, no, December of 28, no, wait a minute, December of 2016, I got my years mixed up. December of 2016, that cat made over $8,000. Man, my wife was mad as a mother. She was hot. And
Yeah.
see, I didn't cut myself that kind of money. But
Yeah, right.
what she didn't realize, you know, I'm a man of my word. I'm not going back on my agreed upon deal or words or whatever. And I'm not gonna play with anyone's money. If I owe you, I'm paying you. And
Right.
so, but what she didn't realize also, so I pointed out to her, we made 19.7 that month, and that was the biggest month I had thus far in the birth of my business, you know. So I'm celebrating that, and he got almost half of it. And she was mad to celebrate. So as time progressed, you know, I brought some other guys on because it was just me and him in the beginning, and because I started in 2015, but 2016 when I started hiring people, he was the first one. But he was also the best I ever hired. Also, I've had a few good guys, but he was the best best hire I did. But he said, man, I really, me and my wife really thank you. I never made this kind of money in my life, you know. You know, he was doing well, you know, and everything was cool. And I was happy for him as well, you know. And I didn't have a problem. I used to get off on cutting his checks for him, you know, and bragging about what I'm paying him. For the simple fact, I knew that the company, they had a bad characteristic of trying to when owner operators will hire someone to help them with multiple routes or whatever, and they see the person does good work and do good, was good at doing the deliveries, they would get the norm and they would try to steal those drivers out from under you. And I used to tell, I said, man, I ain't worried about him talking to my guy, because everybody said, man, they want to talk to your driver. I said, I ain't worried about that. I said, you see how little they pay us around here? They ain't gonna be willing to pay him what I pay him. So I ain't even worried about that.
Exactly.
And he wouldn't budge. He said, hey, you gotta go talk to our center. You gotta go talk to our center. Anything they asked him about doing extra or whatever, you gotta talk to our center. He was very loyal, you know. And so we get along to this day. He's working for another company. He tried to get me to take a job at the company he's at now that he contracts with. It was a management position. And he said, "You the best guy I know for this position. That's why I told you about it." I said, "Yeah, but I have to get my freedom up." I said, "I like my freedom." I said, "I ain't trying to go on the plantation for anybody." You know what I'm saying? But
there you go, bro.
He's a good guy. Yeah, my freedom means more to me. I could not even be making any money. My freedom just means so much more. As long as I can take care of my responsibilities, man, I'm good. But I'm definitely
that's the smart thing, man. That's the smart thing to me. Like, you know, that business sense of, like, you know, we all come up and I don't have to say, I try to live well below my means, so to speak, because I ain't flashy like that. I don't, you know, the way I came up, if you showing it, then there's something for me to take. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't, you know, I don't care about that. And I'm not one that wants to be house poor either, where, you know, my house becomes my prison. You know what I'm saying? So when my kids want to go to Disney, or I want to take them out the country somewhere or do something, because, you know, it was like my kids, like my daughter, she's 12, my son is 10, and I've been able to take them out the country like 4 times to another country.
Awesome.
And I feel like you know, you got to see something besides what you used to. When I was growing up, man, everything I saw was like the block of my city. You know what I'm saying? And you don't know anything else, so you don't know how to deal with other people. And I don't really want my kids, you know, kind of trapped like that. So therefore, you know, they can tell you, oh, you can afford this kind of, but that don't mean that's what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get what I'm comfortable with, and you know, always have something, you know. Because you don't never know when, and at a certain time when things really get rough, actually how much money you got and how much money is the next man. You could be a millionaire and I could be, you know, have $2 or $3 in my pocket, but sometimes money don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I was up in New York doing 9/11, and doing 9/11, you know, I'm up there on the buildings, I'm watching this stuff happen, and you know, they shut down the ATM, so all those big traders down on, you know, down the stock market way and all that stuff down, you know, they was feeling just like anybody else, and I'm cool because I had all mine in my pocket. You know what I'm saying?
I know that's right.
But you know, they couldn't leave, they couldn't fly nowhere, and neither could I. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes that money don't matter. You know, it's like you say, your time and your health and stuff you build with your family. That's what make you rich. You know.
That's the gift right there, bro. That is the gift. Hold on a second. Hello. Any returns? All right, I got a box a square box on your desk. I'm on your file cabinet up here. You want it back there? Okay. All right, you have a good one, okay? All right, bye-bye. All right, man, my bad.
All right, Santos, I got a big customer coming up here, man. So I gotta go handle this real quick. But I'm gonna jump off, and if you still cooking later, I may jump back on. But it was good chopping it with you, man.
Always, Rob. Always, bro.
Yeah, definitely, bro.
Appreciate it.
All right.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So get the next. Who we got? We got Cam or Cal. Kyle, you on your way to work or you already there? Still rolling, man. Still rolling. Oh, shoot. It's time for me to make a phone call, too. Gotta make a phone call. I'm gonna stay on, but I'm gonna tap over to my phone and make this call.
I've been down and out for
the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they got the roots, he let the beats build. Got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.